Okay.
I can see if I have another really super duper long Ethernet cord to go into
A what? An Ethernet cord?
so this Ethernet cord.
Yeah, that's into there.
Into the room. If
I might have. Let me look.
All I would need, essentially, honestly, that I don't have is a USB-C charger. If you have one of those.
I might.
If you have one of those, that would be awesome.
right, you need a USB-C charger.
Yes.
Wow, look at that.
Look at this thing.
Hold on. Probably have the plug.
Just for this.
I've got the plug.
If you have the cord, I could just plug it into my laptop and it'll charge. Like this.
Yeah.
This one might be it.
No, that one looks small.
Let me see.
Might be.
Yeah, that's small. Oh, that might be it. Hold up. Yeah, I think it might be all right. Yeah, I think I might be all right.
This has to go
Yep.
in here. I need one for the audio in here.
Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, other than that, we're good. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
This is my.
I need to get myself one of those and put all my cords in there.
Oh yeah. So one of my past tournaments.
Yeah.
I saw a couple photographers with this. I'm like,
That's a great idea.
so I did
Amazon?
Was that?
Amazon?
Yeah. So
Yeah, I figured. I figured you probably get something like that on Amazon.
For Annika's tournament that we do in Tampa.
Yeah.
So I gave these out as gifts.
Oh, it's
And
a
they were
great
branded
idea.
Annika. So like all of us,
Yeah.
we did that.
This got to go into that one of those.
Mike is doing right now. It's like
Pulling cords,
you put
finding
right
it.
Here,
Yeah,
it just makes life so much freaking
that's
easier.
great.
I know, right? I should get one of those to put in my bag here.
This one goes. Which one do you throw this one into?
Any one that it would fit into.
All right, I'm gonna go run up. I'm gonna grab a couple of.
Usually I put it into this one on the end.
Okay, I have the speakers in that one.
Yeah, because I generally don't use the speakers. That's why I use that port.
Yeah, I'll throw it in two. For now.
All right, so for today, I'll keep you posted on Gurley. It'll be sometime
Okay.
at 3 o'clock hour. I'll come on. You guys let me know when.
Okay.
Ryan Deaver, our tournament director.
Do you have my number? Take my number. Two minutes.
Go for it.
All right, 856 701 5185. Nick, 97.3. Nick Earnshaw.
Okay.
All right, cool.
So I'm going to come back down with just like a quick field stat sheet.
Okay.
6 past champions, 20 major champions.
Okay,
over this
cool.
week, top 5 players.
Yep.
You know, all that little tidbit nuggets.
Sweet.
So
Use that as a Nick's nugget.
yeah.
That's my segment at 4:30.
And as players are finishing up, if they are, like I told Carly at the LPGA,
Okay.
if they're up for, can I just text say, hey,
Yeah, just text me. Be easier.
is
Yeah, just shoot me a text.
walking over?
That'd be perfect. Yep, and I'll
Yeah,
feed it there.
if it matches up and we're open,
Yeah.
then we'll try to fit something in. I got a lot of stuff that's like sponsored segments that I have to do that I can't knock off. So,
Yeah.
but if it happens to line up,
100%.
yeah.
Thanks,
yeah.
Jeremy. Thanks, Jeremy.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Good.
I know I missed you last year.
Yeah.
I was in London.
All right.
1 2 1. Oh, boy, a happy hour Friday starts now. We are live at the Casamigos Tequila 19th hole at McGettigan's here at the site of the ShopRite LPGA Classic. The Classic is underway yet again. As Jeremy said, it's good to have me back. Well, it's good to be back. I missed last year. I was in London at this point. And you know what happened when I was in London last year? Nick Earnshaw is my on-site producer. Josh Henning is back producing today's show. You know what happened when I was in London last year?
What happened, Mike Gill?
It was the start of the downfall of the Phillies season.
Right at that point, it has been a tailwind.
It was. It was in that game. I was at the game in London. It was a Sunday. They played the Mets. The Mets came back and won that game. And ever since that game, something hasn't been right with this Phillies team, and we're going to get into that. The LPGA Classic is back here in Galloway at the Seaview, and it is underway today. We'll have updates throughout the show. It is actually being televised, the first round today, so if you can't get down here, but you got to get down here. They have done an unbelievable job with this place. I wasn't here last year. Was this all set up like this last year?
It might be even better this year, Mike.
Holy
last
mackerel.
year, yeah, you missed it. We were up on a stage. It's a lot of fun. It was Rothstein and I last year. You were in London. This year, it's an even better atmosphere.
I'll tell you, it is a huge difference from the last time I was here. I mean, you got this whole area at McGettigan's, which has the Casamigos and all the different tents for all the festive drinks, but they have the whole area that you've always been able to walk down, and there is so many cool little shops and tents and things. You know what's me right there? Because I'm almost 50, that BioFreeze tent is the one for me, man.
Is that the one you're going to go to during commercial break?
I will be testing out the BioFreeze. I use the BioFreeze like every single night before I go to bed. But right to the left of us is tee number 1, and that is where the ladies are all teeing off. Also to our left is the 18th green, and right to the left, I'm being told, I always go to the 18th green. I'm going to be there either Saturday or Sunday hanging out. I love watching from the 18th and just watching how unbelievably accurate these ladies are. That chip on that second shot right up to the green. But now, where they used to have, if you're someone who's familiar with hanging out here, they used to have the bleachers on that 18th hole. Well, now they got the party deck going, so you can have a little party. Now, I know there's the guy. I always feel bad for this guy. He's always the same guy. When you're up on that 18th hole and you're up on the rooftop there and you're kind of watching the ladies chip up to the green and then they're trying to putt, you always have the guy who's trying to tell everybody, yo, quiet, because everybody's having a great time up there. How are you going to keep the party deck quiet?
I don't know. That's good. That looks so awesome, Mike, out there. I need to get out there maybe during a commercial break. I might have to skip Nuggets today. I might not be there. I might have to skip Nuggets
for the Nuggets.
Skip Nuggets today to get on that party?
That's just a couple of the new things that they have at the ShopRite, which, by the way, has signed an extension to remain right here at the Seaview, and I look forward to this event every single year. I'll tell you what. On top of what the Seaview, the course, I played in Media Day a couple weeks ago. The course is always awesome. I talked to a lot of the ladies on the tour. This is always one of their favorite stops. We had Joanna Coe on last night who went to Oakcrest, and she was talking about, how awesome it is to play here in her hometown. And she's, it's like, hey, I just decided I think I can still play. And she qualified for the tournament, so she's in the tournament. But all of this, when McGettigan's kind of has got on board and put this whole little area out. I mean, this was something that was not here a couple of years ago. They started with just the containers and then a couple tables. Now they got the whole little village over here, so people, after the event is over, you can come hang out. You can walk through the LPGA ShopRite Village over there and check out all of the sponsored tents, which are always giving out some free stuff and, different types of things throughout the weekend. So if you're coming down here this weekend, which, by the way, it just got underway and it's already crowded. I mean, it's already a
packed.
Good crowd for a Friday of the first day of the event. Usually Saturday and the final day Sunday, you get these huge crowds out here. But you've already, the weather's great today. I mean, you can't ask for a better day. It's not too hot, right? It's not too hot, but it's a nice little breeze, and it's all good. So we'll get you up to date on everything that is going on, obviously, here throughout the day. If you are hanging out at the Casamigos 19th hole, if you're driving down to get to the Casamigos 19th hole, we will be here till 6 o'clock tonight. And I would like to know Now, I had those Surfsides last night. It was my buddy's 50th, his wife's
Birthday?
50th birthday party.
Nice.
We were on the party boat, and I went with the Surfside last night. Right
there
there.
you go.
Those ladies right there are drinking the Surfsides, and everybody's got their drink of choice. You got the Casamigos all the way around. Looking forward to getting out of here tonight. Is it 6 o'clock yet, Jeremy? Can I go home, man?
We got to get to 6 o'clock.
Can I go home?
Stat.
Well, it's one of those things where you're here, you're outside, there's a couple drinks flowing, and I'm stuck working till 6. Now, this looks like it could be fun. It's not fun getting to watch everybody hang out. I'm telling you, I'm not having a good time by having to. I feel like watching a Phillies game right now, which is painful.
Painful.
It's painful.
Painful to watch.
So we'll get into that. It's been painful, she said. It's been painful. And I talked about this. Last year at this time, I was not here. I was in London. I went to the game in London last year. They played the Mets. They lost that game against the Mets. And something seems like it hasn't been right about this team ever since then. And we know a lot of the problems that this team has, right? Their bullpen stinks, as we saw on. Every flaw this team has shown reared its ugly head in this series against Toronto. The bullpen breakdown, you can't close the game out. Now, I don't know if you're going to win that game. It's 1-1 in the ninth. But you have a situation where you're trying to extend that game, and your closer gives up a run in the ninth, in the bottom of the ninth, by putting a runner on. He can't hold runners on. The runner steals second base, double in the gap. It turned out to be a single officially, but a double in the gap. And Guerrero easily comes around to score because he steals second base. If he's on first base, man, I don't know, maybe he goes first to third. But Romano can't hold anybody on base. So that's a problem. So all your flaws have been shown in this series against Toronto. Closer can't get the job done, can't hold guys on base, lineup can't produce any runs. They can't score, they have no power. They are struggling to manufacture runs because of the lack of power in this lineup, and I don't know how they get any better. But they're going to play a Pirates team this weekend, and I'll tell you what, this all started where the Phillies won 16 out of 20 by beating up on the Pirates a couple weeks ago, right?
Pirates, the Rockies, all the bad teams in baseball, teams you should be beating.
Absolutely, teams you should be beating. And everybody says, well, they won 16 out of 20. You know, you guys are complaining about a team that won 16 out of 20. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I'll bring up the comparison again. If I'm the varsity baseball team and I have a scrimmage against my freshman team, I better beat up on my freshman team. I might say, hey, there's a couple freshmen that caught my eye, but if they beat me, then I'm disappointed. If I then go up and play the JV team, I might get a little better competition, but I better beat up on the JV team. Otherwise, I have to maybe look at some of those JV players and make some moves. When I go up against other varsity competition and I'm struggling against them, maybe I would say as the coach, maybe I shouldn't have had my scrimmage games against the freshman team and the JV team. Maybe I need to find out if my kids can play against better competition. Right now, it feels like the Phillies beat up on the freshman team, beat up on the JV team, and now they're playing the varsity team, and the coach is saying, maybe I don't have guys as good as I thought I had. And that's what I think they're running into right now is, man, we entered this season with a lot of the same guys, a lot of the same questions, and we still don't have the right answers to the test.
Yeah, and at this point, I love the example that you bring up, freshman team, JV team. The Phillies, maybe they could take a couple of their JV guys, meaning in AAA. You got
I'd have to.
Justin Crawford down there. Otto Kemp's down there. You got a couple of guys knocking on the door. Andrew Painter, where's he at? Can we bring him up? We have a bullpen game tonight, Mike Gill. So maybe some of these young guys you're going to start seeing over the next couple of weeks if things really start to falter. By the way, Bailey Falter starting tonight for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
No pun intended. No pun intended. Bailey Falter.
I'll laugh at that one, too.
Yeah, I think that, look, let's just throw a scenario out there that could happen. Say you play the Pirates and lose 2 out of 3. You got Paul Skeens pitching on Sunday, right? You got a bullpen game tonight. What if the Phillies lost 2 out of 3 to the Pittsburgh Pirates? Now, I was at the game in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago. Went to the games in Pittsburgh. They lost 2 out of 3 in that series to a bad Pirates team. This is a bad Pirates team. A bad Pirates team, man. Let me just say, what is Monday like if the Phillies lost 2 out of 3 in this series? Just saying. Is that what Dave Dombrowski, is that the precipice of I have to do something before things really get out of control. Because I'll tell you what, watching these games in Toronto felt like a lifeless bunch. Because I just said this today, all right? Let's just say, Mike Gill, something's up with this lineup. Got to do something. Shake it up. Okay, I will shake up the lineup. But this is what I said. I'd hit Turner 1, I'd hit Bohm 2, I'd hit Harper 3, I'd hit Schwarber 4, and then after that, I'm throwing darts. Because they have nobody that you can make an argument for. Well, how can you not hit him 5 and hit? No, I can hit Castellanos 5, I can hit Stott 5, I can hit Real Muto 5, I can hit anybody in the 5 hole, and you would say that's not good enough. There's not one guy from 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 that is good enough. Not one.
I'm totally with you. After the Schwarbers of the world, he's been great. He's been your best hitter. He's kind of cooled off a little bit. Turner's been great offensively. Defensively, that's another issue. Harper hasn't had a Harper-like MVP season this year. Stott, I don't know if he's the right guy to leadoff spot anymore. I mean, he's been so bad.
What do you mean you don't know? I told you this for a couple of weeks now. You don't want to listen to me ever.
It's been a couple of weeks.
He
in the beginning of the year, he was fine.
No, yeah,
in the beginning of the year,
agree.
he was fine.
You
can't say he wasn't.
I disagreed with you. He surprised me for the first 2 weeks of him hitting leadoff. After the first 2 weeks of him hitting leadoff, he has zero business hitting leadoff and on a major league contending baseball team. If you want to say he bats leadoff for the Rockies or for the Marlins, I don't even think those teams would hit him leadoff. His on-base percentage is under 300. It's horrible. He has no business hitting in the leadoff spot. And quite frankly, he is in dire danger of not being playable. Not leadoff anywhere in the lineup. He's been that bad.
Why has it been since Alec Bohm's come up, since Stott's come up? I mean, these guys were high-value picks in the draft. They came up pretty fast through the Philly system, developed well, and then all of a sudden they've stagnated. It's both of them. It's Bohm and it's Stott. I mean, they're not the daycare anymore. They're in their mid to late 20s at this point. They should be in the prime of their careers hitting the baseball, and they are just not. They've not developed the way I think a lot of people thought they would. It just hasn't happened.
Hasn't happened, and I'll tell you what, you're right, because Bryson Stott, first-round pick. Alec Bohm was the third pick in the draft.
Yep.
Now, baseball's a little different.
It's different.
You don't just assume, hey, because you're the third pick in the draft, you're going to turn into a superstar. And Bohm has, made an all-star game, started an all-star game. He has back-to-back, almost 100 RBI seasons. It's not like he's a complete albatross. But I like Bohm, but even I can say and admit he can't hit in the middle of the lineup. So I'm putting him in the number 2 hole for one reason. There's no other options on this team, and is one of the few guys that goes gap to gap, puts the ball in play. He doesn't strike out nearly as much as some of the other guys. And I can't put – there's no other options. But what I would say about Bohm is he just doesn't have the power to hit in the middle of the lineup. If you're telling me, hey, Alec Bohm's hitting 7th in your lineup, okay, that's a team that's fine. You tell me Alec Bohm's hitting 5, now I got big problems with that. So don't come out here and try to act like I'm some Alec Bohm advocate. I just try to keep it real. I know people think he stinks. He's an average to good hitter. He's not great. He's not elite. He's just an average hitter. You can have average to good hitters in your lineup if they're hitting at the back end of the lineup. The sad part with this Phillies lineup is they need Alec Bohm to hit in the 5 hole because they have no other answers.
They have no other options past the first couple of guys in the lineup. There's nobody there. Kepler has not given you anything. Castellanos is Castellanos. He's not going to give you much.
I heard a stat today about Castellanos.
What's
I
that?
couldn't even believe it.
What's that stat?
He has 67 hits, and 50 of them are singles.
And it's funny because you thought he'd be a guy, doubles, home runs. He's coming off the 30 home run year. You sign him, and he's
by the way,
no power. No power since they signed him. That's been a disappointing contract, to say the least.
I mean, I've been saying that since they signed him.
And you were excited when they signed him.
I was extremely excited when they signed him.
You were going to go party on the 18th hole.
I was partying in Clearwater when they made the signing. I was in Clearwater, and I said, man, this is a great addition to this team. Nick Castellanos is the epitome of everything that's wrong with this lineup. He is a right-handed power hitter who has no power. I mean, that's the problem.
A right-handed power hitter that's no power. That's a heck of a way to describe it. Because it's true.
Well, that's what they signed him to be.
Yep.
They signed him to be right-handed power, and he provides no power. You can't have a guy getting paid $100 million who's a singles hitter.
No.
It's essentially turned into a singles hitter, Nick Castellanos. Boom, a singles hitter. I mean, that's what he is. He's a guy but that's okay if you have one of those guys. Now, Bohm doesn't get paid $100 million. That's why I'm not as hard as on Bohm. Now, if Bohm was getting paid what Castellanos was getting paid, I'd be ripping him up and down too. You don't get paid $100 million to give me the production of Castellanos. If you're gonna be that guy, at least get paid what Bohm's getting paid, which is basically nothing.
Yep. And then you have Kepler, who just has not given you anything.
Kepler,
J2 Realmuto.
Let me just say on Kepler.
Go ahead. We're just going to go down each
I'm
play.
just saying.
I feel.
And Mike McGarry is here at the tournament, so he's going to be joining us right here on the set here in just a couple minutes. So we'll get Mike's thoughts on this. Max Kepler was the biggest waste of $10 million. How? Dave Dombrowski walked in to John Middleton's office and said, I need a $10 million check. And the guy I'm bringing in is a left-handed bat to play left field, and he can't hit. Now, I have no clue what they thought that this guy was going to provide for them. I don't understand it for the life of me. How did they rationalize paying this guy $10 million? How?
And you have the issue in center field. You already had a problem in center field with lefties. You're already left-handed heavy in your whole entire lineup. You add another one, and a guy can't hit. That one I don't understand. Kepler from the beginning, I was very, very just confused about. I think most of Philadelphia Phillies fans were. And then, on top of this, you have J2 Realmuto, who I hope he gets better. I hit in the groin the other night. That was brutal. But I don't know if that bat is not the same. And he's in a contract year. You have a decision to make on him at the end of the year, too. Just looking ahead. I mean, we're going down each guy in the lineup, and there's just issues all over the place. And this is a team that's pretty good, okay? This is a solid baseball team. But there are issues, and they are just magnified, especially when you get to October into the postseason. That's why I think everyone's yelling, they must make massive changes at the deadline. They just have to add at the deadline. That's what has to happen.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. That's the text board. I have not seen the text board because we are out on location, so I'm not as efficient at checking the text board out. But, Josh, do we have any people chiming in?
Yeah, we got one texter. Didn't leave their name, but we'll call him Mr. 302. It says, the Phillies suck. This is a team that's not going to win a World Series title. Come on, man. Let's get real here. This team is a bunch of losers.
Wow. Bunch of losers. A little harsh, but okay. I can understand the frustration. I feel it. I certainly understand it. But I would say is this Phillies team is a good team, but it's not a World Series team. That's what it is. It's a good team in the landscape of the National League. They're going to beat up on a lot of bad teams because there are a lot of bad teams. They have really good pitching. Although, do you have any questions about the pitching and how it's all going to shake out if Luzardo keeps going down this road, if Aaron Nola doesn't come back? You mentioned Painter. He did not pitch well. Thursday night, did he pitch? Was it?
I think it was Thursday.
I think it was Thursday.
Yeah.
Might have been Wednesday, actually.
Wednesday.
No, it was Wednesday.
It was
him and
Wednesday?
Abel pitched on the
I
same
don't even know what
day.
day it is.
Today's Friday. Him and
It's
Abel
happy hour
pitched on the
Friday,
same
Nick.
day.
Come on.
It is. It is happy hour Friday.
Him and Abel pitched on the same day, and I think the Jersey Shore Blue Claws put out a tweet that said, hey, it's the first time they've pitched on the same day. I guess they were both at Jersey Shore together and pitched a doubleheader, like one pitch game one. So it's but Painter did not pitch great in that game. And one of the things that I noticed in that game, so we had Keith Law on last week, and he contends that Painter really is not ready to pitch at this level, that he thinks he still needs to work on his slider. So you might say, well, I did notice if you looked at some of the people who went to the game and covered it on Wednesday night, Andrew Painter threw more sliders in the game than he did fastballs.
Wow.
And I'm imagining they saw what Keith Law saw, is his slider is not ready yet. We need you to throw more sliders. So he actually threw more sliders Wednesday night than he did fastballs. So maybe Keith Law is onto something, that they don't think Andrew Painter is quite ready at this stage. Here's what Keith Law told us.
With Painter specifically, he is still building back up from Tommy John surgery. He missed 2 years, basically. And so I would not want him to come up and take a regular turn in a contending rotation because he's not built up for that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He is going to be maybe a 5-inning starter at this point. I wrote a piece a week ago. They got him working on his slider, which is fine, but it's like his third or fourth best pitch right now. And that is not going to be a huge weapon for him coming up.
Yeah, so he said they want him to work on his slider, which is a problem right now. So he's not commanding that slider enough. All right, give me something else.
We also got Matt and Kate May chimes in the text board. Mike says, as Mike, we discussed this earlier this season, the team's pinnacle was the World Series 2 years ago. Great starting pitching, but not enough hitting and defense to support this team's pitching right now. That's from Matt and Kate May.
Well, 2 years ago they made a run to the World Series, and quite frankly, let's be honest, that came out of nowhere. I mean, that team was not all that good. The manager got fired. They won less than 90 games. They got hot in the playoffs and made it all the way to the World Series with a team that was flawed. What have they done to fix the team that was flawed that got to the World Series? Well, they went out and got Trey Turner. That was supposed to be a huge upgrade from a team that went to the World Series. Well, the Turner signing has not had the impact that you thought it was going to have. So then some of the other problems they had in that World Series, their bullpen. Well, they went out and tried to fix the bullpen. They got Esteves, Jeff Hoffman. They brought in Strom. That bullpen let them down. So a lot of the problems that they had in 2022 that they tried to fix have not worked out. We're going to get into it. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. We'll talk about that. Plus, a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat is coming up at 3. We're live right here at McGettigan's 19th hole. Come on out and have a nice cold one with us at the Casamigos Tequila 19th hole spot. If you're stopping out to the LPGA, ShopRite LPGA Classic, stop out and see us right here. We're here till 6. Mike McGarry, there he is. He's going to join us coming up next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, live back at the ShopRite LPGA. We are at the Casamigos Tequila 19th hole at McGettigan's. Mike Gill, the Sports Bash. Nick Earnshaw is my on-site producer today. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City stops by as, this Phillies team. You saw almost every wart that you could in the Toronto series. You got the closer who can't hold a guy on. Then it's a big situation. He can't close the game out, and they can't score against mediocre pitching. The lineup has a lot of holes, no depth to the lineup, so many questions, not a lot of answers. And it all kind of started, Mike. I said last year I was in London. Right. They lost that game to the Mets, and something hasn't been right since.
I remember last year at this, they played the Mets in London on a Saturday and Sunday, and on that Saturday, Bryce Harper hit that home run and did that soccer slide into the bench. And at the time, I think the Phillies were like 41-19, and we thought the Phillies were going to be the 27 Yankees or the 31 A's and roll to 100-something wins and World Series titles. Then that next day, they blew that game into the Mets.
That's the game I was at.
In London on that Sunday. And quite frankly, they haven't been the same since.
So, all right, they haven't been the same since. They didn't do anything other than – I want to start with some of the things. Let me get in your mind. How did Dave Dombrowski walk into John Middleton and say, I need a $10 million check, I'm going to sign Max Kepler? What pitch does he make to say, this guy is going to help us? Because not that he's the biggest problem, but if that's the one signing, you gave the guy $10 million. What rationale would they have had?
Well, I think they're looking for a guy, an outfielder there that can hit with power, but they were looking for an outfielder that could be a complementary type of guy and hit 7th, 8th, or 9th in the order. I think one of the problems that they've had is offensively, and I don't blame Dombrowski for this, their stars and guys they projected are just not performing up to expectations. And, they're getting nothing out of the catcher spot. Well, were you going to make a move with JT Realmuto before the season began? Probably not. They're getting nothing out of second base, and to me that's one of the biggest disappointments. But I got to count myself as a guilty person there because I think we all thought Bryson Stott was going to be a guy who could hit 15 to 20 home runs and be a double machine and hit with some power. He doesn't hit the ball hard at all. To me, he's the biggest disappointment. Trey Turner's $300 million at shortstop. He's actually hitting and performing well. Alec Boehm, they tried to trade him in the offseason. No takers, or they couldn't get a deal that they liked. Started out the year terribly. Now he has 5 home runs.
Even at his best, though, he should not be hitting in the middle of the lineup.
Right, exactly. Nick Castellanos, huge disappointment. Consistent hitter this year, but consistent singles hitter. That's not what we're paying Nick Castellanos for. We're paying Nick
67 hits. He has 47 singles.
Right. We're not paying him to be Pete Rose or Rod Carew. We're paying him to hit the ball over the fence, okay? And he's not doing it. And then center field and left field have just been total disasters. That can't go on. So if you look at the lineup spot, the 9 spots in the lineup, I'd give Kyle Schwarber an A for being the DH. I'd give Trey Turner an A for what he's done, and I'd give Bryce Harper a C probably, and I think he'd agree with that. He has some numbers, but he hasn't hit the way I know he envisions himself hitting. Everybody else in that lineup is at best a D, and a lot of them are Fs, and I think you're going to find it hard to win a baseball game or hard to win consistently when 6 out of your 9 guys in the order are just not getting it done.
Yeah, literally, I said, Mike, if you were to put a lineup together, you could probably give me a top 4 and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I said throw darts.
I can't even give you a top 4. I'd give you maybe Turner at the leadoff spot, then 2. Put anybody you want at 2. Then you got Harper 3, Schwarber 3, 4. After that, I don't know where you're putting guys.
Yeah, and what contending team do you look at that says they don't know who should be hitting number 5, or they don't have a certified 5, a guy that should hit 5 in the lineup?
If you look at a good team, you look at the Dodgers, you look at the Mets, you look at the Cubs, 1 through 5, 1 through 6, they're pretty solid. You get to 7, 8, 9, even the best of teams might be searching a little bit at those spots. But like I said, the Phillies, you've got the leadoff hitter in Turner. You've got Schwarber, who's hit great. You've got Harper, who's okay, average year, not even average year for him, but like I said, I give him a C. The rest of the guys,
no.
You're just not hitting the baseball, and that's a problem because this team, Mike, is built on 2 things. One's the starting pitching, that's the foundation, and the other is They're supposed to hit home runs. They're supposed to hit home runs, and that is what's supposed to make up for the shortcomings, the defense, the bullpen issues. They're supposed to hit the ball over the fence. They don't do it.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is with us here. We're live on set at the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole. You talked about the pitching. It's built on starting pitching. What am I supposed to make of this starting pitching now? Luzardo, his ERA has gone from 2.10 or 2-something to 4.50. I mean, are we starting to be worried about him or
Yes.
just a 2-outing blip? You got Nola had a setback, which almost sounds like when you say oblique and pitcher, that doesn't go well together. What do we make of this once vaulted staff?
Right.
And by the way, Painter did not throw well on Wednesday night. He was just okay. Keith Law was on my show last week, said they don't really think he's ready.
Hey, I think I said it on your show a day or so ago. This feeling that the Phillies fan base has that Andrew Painter is just going to roll up here and be, Tom Seaver or Steve Carlton right off the bat.
Give me a Phillies reference.
You just Steve Carlton. There you go. I mean, it's not gonna. It might not happen. What Paul Skeens does with the Pirates is extremely rare. Most guys come up and struggle at first. So the fact that Painter's going to come up here and be lights out 3 or 4 innings, I don't see that happening. I think if it happens, great, but I wouldn't count on it. And to me, the starting pitching, right, you've got the Nola injury, which at the time, the guys in the press, I'll give you a little inside the press box at Citizens Bank Park here.
I see every once in a while there, McGarry.
Nola gets hurt, and I said to some of the guys at the press box, I said July 3rd. That's the over-under on when you'll see him again. And it was May 15th. And they said, no way, he'll be back. You're just overreacting and stuff like that. I said, nope. I said, this is going to take longer than you think. Now, I might have been putting a little mustard on it by saying July 3rd, but, I mean, I'm looking pretty good right now. I mean, I think it was the ankle, then it was the back, now it's the side, and are they just trying to make sure that he has enough rest? Did he just throw too many pitches the last couple of years? So you don't know there. The Luzardo thing, I've never seen anything like that before in my life. Now, people say, is he tipping pitches? We're in this thing now where every time a Phillies pitcher gets shelled, everybody's like, is he tipping pitches? Is he tipping pitches? Listen, Jose Luzardo could stand on the mound and tell the Toronto Blue Jays, I'm going to throw a fastball, and they wouldn't hit him any worse than they hit him the other day.
You could get a trash can out there, McGarry.
I mean, there was no soft contact at all the last 2 starts.
No, and it's not a stuff thing. He's throwing 97, 98 miles an hour, so it's not like he's got a, his velocity's down. You hear that all the time. It doesn't look like his stuff is off.
And it's not where it's a broken bat single, a bloop over a second baseman, a home run. Every ball off the bat is an absolute rocket. So that says to me 2 things. Either he's already thrown more innings this year than he did last year. He's thrown, he has a history of injury in his career. I mean, velo is a sign. Velo being down is a sign of arm trouble. But another sign of arm trouble is a lack of command. And right now he looks like he's just can't command the baseball, and he's throwing it over the plate. And these are professional hitters, and they're just teeing off. So you got to get this figured out in a hurry, because you can't throw a guy out there that's going to give up 10 runs in 3 innings.
No, you can't. Let's talk about Mick Abel. All right, so Nick and I debated this yesterday a little bit. This guy has 5 years of minor league resume that suggests he has no command.
Right.
He averages about 5 walks per 9.
Right.
This year in the minors, he averages 4 walks per 9.
Right.
So it's gotten better. In the majors, he's averaged 0 walks. If I'm the Phillies, do I use him as a trade, or do I see what's happened in my starting staff and now have to reevaluate that?
Well, I think you've got to reevaluate a little bit in light of what is happening with your starting rotation, but I'm still going to think of him as a trade piece to me, because I don't know if you're already going to solve those command issues. I mean, you saw the start against Toronto. He started to lose it a little bit. They did a great job of getting him out of the game, but I'm not going to – he's had 2 great starts. One of them was against the Pirates. I'm still, if I can get a premium bullpen guy and he's part of the package, I'm going to look to do that.
So a rental, or
I think
would you take a rental for Abel? Like, if I was to say to you right now, hey, you're not good enough to win the World Series, but next year you have Wheeler, Painter, Abel, Luzardo, Sanchez.
Right,
You got Nola too.
Right.
I mean, Nola signed for a while.
Well,
that could end up being the contract.
Yeah,
that
you're going to
sticks out
have
like a sore
you're going to
thumb.
have to balance that out, and you're going to have to think about it, right? That's why I'd like to see Abel make a couple more starts before I make that decision. Because you mentioned the guys they could have next year on that starting rotation, but you've got guys on this year's team. This feels like for this group, a lot of guys in this group, this is the last shot. So, like next year, there might not be a Kyle Schwarber next year. There might not be a JT Realmuto next year. There might not be a Ranger Suarez next year. So you better ask yourself, this group, as it's presently constituted, do you want to go all in to win with this group? And if you're going to do that, then I think you got to trade Abel.
I would jump in?
Yeah, real quick though.
Yeah.
The hard part is, you got Bryce Harper signed to that contract.
Yeah.
You can't say to him, hey, we're taking a year or two off
Right.
to try to rebuild
Also,
here.
you can't say to Bryce Harper this year, hey, we're not going to do all that we can to win a World Series this year because we want to be good in 2028 or 2029. Bryce Harper doesn't care about that, even though he'll be on the team. He wants to win this year. JT Realmuto wants to win this year. Kyle Schwarber wants to win this year. This team is built to win this year. So to me, you've got to trade some prospects to possibly fix what's going on or seek some answers internally.
Going back to the Abel thing, you mentioned trading for a bullpen piece. Wouldn't you want to hold on to him for maybe a bat instead? Is his value more suitable for trading for a bat than just a rental bullpen?
Well, I think as part of a package. Like
Right.
if I was going to trade Abel, maybe you get I don't know if I would trade him for a rental, but would he be part of a package that could bring back a guy like a Mason Miller
Right.
or a closer like that? Then I would definitely do it. But listen, I'm not going to get carried away by two good Mick Abel starts.
What
Because
about- okay.
6 months ago he couldn't find the plate. So what is it? What is it?
What if the deal is an equivalent to a Carlos Estevez type of return, who's a free agent and he might walk? Are you giving up a prospect like of Abel's capability for Ryan Helsley
Right,
or David
right.
Bed? As someone equivalent to what you got from Estevez last year, a good closer, an all-star closer, but not a great one.
Yeah, I mean, I would be in the package, in the camp, rather, of trying to win this year. And if that meant trading Mick Abel, I would. Because you've got Painter as a prospect. You've got a couple other pitching prospects there. I know Abel has had two very good starts, but I'm not completely sold on him being all of a sudden a mainstay in the rotation for the next 10 years. I mean, 2 weeks ago, Jesus Luzardo was going to start the All-Star game and was the greatest all-season acquisition in the history of mankind. Cy Young. Now he is, got a 4.56 ERA and is got people scratching their heads. So
All right.
I'm in the win now camp with this team. You have to do what you can to win now with this group.
Where was everybody last night when Justin Crawford got pulled from the game?
everybody
and
thought
everybody
that's it.
thought, I mean, is there – all kidding aside, he got pulled from the game last night. He had a couple hits. Don't know why. Did they explain why they pulled him out of the game?
I just saw a couple people tweeted out that he just a precautionary measure. I think he might have had a little leg issue or
Okay.
something, and they just did it as a precautionary type
Well,
of
that
thing.
said, should they have been pulling him out of the game to get him up here?
Well, it's a legitimate question. Like we just said, when we ran through the lineup, you're getting absolutely nothing out of center field. I mean, the one center fielder, Brandon Marsh, didn't have a hit in April. Johan Rojas had 6 hits in May. That's ridiculous. You're getting nothing out of center field. You're getting nothing out of left field. There are 2 black holes in the lineup. That cannot continue. They need to do something now. Do they go out and get a bat, or do they bring up Crawford and put him in left or center field, put him at the bottom of the order, and just say catch everything in the outfield, and just give us good at bats? I mean, I think you're getting close to this. I mean, I don't know how much longer we can watch the Brandon Marsh, Johan Rojas combination.
Do you think one of the issues is Brandon Marsh and Rojas are here, and if you bring up Crawford, what do you do with those
Well,
two guys?
you're making a decision, especially on the Marsh end of it. You're kind of making a decision there that we're going in a different direction, right? I mean,
DFA him?
I don't think he can do that.
Send him to the minors? I guess he has an
You know,
option left. He's going to go hang out with Stubbs.
Right. Rojas, I know Rojas has options left, and I would be more inclined to keep Rojas. I think he still has a role as a late inning defensive replacement, a late inning pinch
Which you
runner.
would need a lot less, though, if you have Crawford playing center
right,
field.
but you could. I'm not saying he would be on the big league
Yeah.
roster, but I'd keep the asset, keep him in the. In the
Hey, listen,
system.
I have contended this whole time.
But Brandon Marsh, I don't know, Mike. He's had a long runway. I mean, he came here in 2022. It's been 3 seasons.
Stinks.
I mean, I don't know if you DFA him, but do you look to include him in a package or something with somebody else?
He's at the point where if someone says, "I'll give you a single A arm,"
well,
you just say, "All right."
It's disappointing because not only does he struggle at the plate, but he also is not playing well defensively. That ball the other night has to be caught. So if you're not going to hit, at least catch the ball.
Well,
when you're not doing either one, I mean, it's an issue.
100%. He's not a capable center fielder. Maybe as a left fielder, he's more capable, but you can't play the guy in center and then give you nothing at the plate. To me, and then his at bat yesterday, it was the end of the line. I mean, he's up against a right-hander, and he dinks one back to the pitcher's mound. He strikes out against a right-hander. Like, if you can't hit right-handed pitching, now you're a complete zero to me. So that is a huge thing.
And that's been the issue with just I'm stunned by watching them play a lot. And you get a sense of this when you see them play in person. The lack of, for lack of a better term, exit velocity. They just don't hit the ball hard. I mean, Stott does not hit the ball hard. Marsh does not hit the ball hard. Even some of the big guys, there's a lot of Castellanos, a lot of ground ball singles, a lot of singles just over the heads of the infielders. There is very little. Where is the slug on this team? This is what this team was built. This team's built to hit home runs and overcome their shortcomings, and they're just not doing it right now.
Well, and you bring up a lot, the fact that Real Muto, very disappointing.
Right.
That's a guy who's been a 15 to 20 home run guy, 40 to 260. So, not a huge impactful player, but, hey, I'm on base at the bottom of the lineup.
But you think you have an advantage there because he's a good hitting catcher, so you have an advantage when you match up with the other team. 9 times out of 10, Real Muto was a not only better defensive catcher than the opposing catcher, but a better offensive catcher than the opposing catcher. So when you have a good offensive catcher, that's almost like a free spot for your lineup. That's almost a big bonus there. And obviously, Real Muto, he's out injured now, but he's just not hit the ball at all this season.
Nothing. All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. You're covering the tournament this weekend. The high school seasons are about wrapping up. And obviously, the Phillies are going to be giving us something.
But here's the thing: the Phillies again. But you look at the standings this morning. I mean, they're right there. So again, it's what are they, a game and a half behind the Mets or something like that? I mean,
they're a good team.
5 days ago, they had the best record in baseball. So I mean, it's a confounding team. It's just that when you follow the team on a day in and day out basis, you see their weaknesses, you see their spots, and I'm sure
I would
if we followed the Mets on a day in and day out basis, you'd probably have the same complaints about
I
that.
would like to see what their record would have been had they not had a stretch of Pittsburgh, Colorado, Sacramento. Like that 16-4 run was big for them.
That's a good point, and let's see where they are. I think this team, we're going to know more about this team on July 1st. We're going to have a better idea because you got the Cubs coming up,
Blue Jays. After
you
that,
got the Mets coming up for a big 3-game series.
You cover a lot of high school sports. I said the Phillies got a chance to see what their varsity was doing, scrimmaging the JVs,
right, exactly.
and you look good against them. But now you're playing other varsity teams.
The varsity's in town. It'll be an interesting series. This series in Pittsburgh this weekend is coming up because you figure they got to take 2 or 3 minimum. You got Skeens on Sunday. You got a bullpen game tonight.
If Monday,
we'll
you and I talk, and they lost 2 or 3 to Pittsburgh. Does Dave Dombrowski feel the pressure?
The pressure to do something?
I mean, you lose 2 or 3 in Pittsburgh, you come back. Mike are talking Monday. Is he saying, I can't let this go back out there Monday night?
I think if the offense performs the way it performed recently, especially in left field and center field after this weekend, I think you're going to have the pressure is going to start to mount on them doing something to at least try to fix this situation, try to have a solution, because you can't keep running the same guys out there and expecting the same results.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. You can check out all the coverage. Look at that shot of the AC Boardwalk over there. We are live at the ShopRite LPGA Classic at the McGettigans Casamigos Tequila 19th hole. Thanks, Mike.
All right. Good to see you in person.
Check out all his coverage. Yes, always good to catch up with you. Check out all his coverage of the LPGA at pressofac.com. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash, we'll be back on Monday. We'll talk about the Phillies weekend, the NBA Finals tonight. Last night we got a stunner. Tyrese Halliburton at the buzzer to win it. Could that be the Tyronn Lue getting stepped over moment by Allen Iverson? We'll discuss NBA Finals later on. All right, more Sports Bash coming up live today from the McGettigan's 19th hole Casamigos Tequila here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up next hour, it is a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat, as we do every Friday. Mike and Bob baseball chat on the Sports Bash live at McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole. I just saw our man Tim walking around. I said, man, Tim, you've done a nice job with this place. It is a nice setting for the tournament all weekend long. ShopRite LPGA, that's where we are live today. By the way, Sports Bash is going to be live on the road again next Friday at the Eagles Autism event at Pig Dog in Wildwood. There's going to be Eagles players. There's going to be all sorts of stuff going on. That's going to be next Friday. We're going to be on the road. Then we're going to be on the road again at the Tuckahoe Inn. We're going to give you more details on that as I get those. But Sports Bash is going to be out and about a lot this summer. When we come back, it's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat you don't want to miss next. All right, hour two, it's the Sports Bash. It is time for a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadleafs.net. Fridays, now I'm outside. You might not be able to see me as well today. The lighting on me is not great. However, I am live at the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole, which is the place to be for the ShopRite LPGA. A lot of people having a little happy hour Friday, Bob. A lot of happy hour Friday starting right here, I'll tell you that much.
I'm very envious of that, Mike.
I am too. I say I am here in mind and body only. I am wishful that I was out with the people out there today. We're at the ShopRite LPGA Classic. Of course, we'll have updates throughout the show. Look at the crowds of people that are walking if you're watching on the TV screens here in front of us. But it's time for a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. Let's get into it. All the flaws of this team were essentially shown, right, in this three-game series against Toronto. The highs and the lows. You have the big game that you win. You lose the close game because you can't hold a lead. Your bullpen implodes. I don't want to say implodes, but can't hold a runner on. You see that part of the problem. Then you give up the big hit. Can't win that game there late. And then, yesterday, just completely lack of offense. So I guess my question would be, what is the date or what is the moment or what is the time that they say, these guys on the radio keep talking about our problems. We see them too.
I mean, I think they see them. I think that they
By the way,
absolutely.
Seth Johnson just got optioned without throwing a pitch. Good for him.
I mean, pour one out for the Seth Johnson era, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's exciting stuff.
How did that happen?
Yeah, I see this right here. They've recalled Alan Rangel from Lehigh Valley, and Seth Johnson optioned out. Look, the Phillies know that they have a bullpen problem. They know that they have defensive deficiencies, and they know they have some lineup inconsistencies and imperfections. I think they're aware of it. Unfortunately, though, I mean, it's June 6th, and I think the way that everyone has to look at this is that this team is going to win some games. They're good enough to beat up on mediocre teams, below average teams, and they're going to have their struggles against more competent teams. And I think it's just an incomplete picture and an incomplete team. I think you can look at this right now and say this team's probably good enough to win 90-ish games and get into the postseason. It is probably not good enough to compete with the elite teams once October rolls around, and they have work to do. And it's probably going to be 6 or 7 weeks before they can begin really, truly doing that work. So you have to sort of tread water and just maintain and stay in it. And then you better have a big deadline, a deadline of consequence, real consequence, or it's going to fall short of where they want to be this year.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this, it's just like, hey, this is fixable. These are a couple of things that we know, and it's a problem. They know it. But do you look at this and say this is something that is fixable?
I think that it's fixable in that the rotation is still going to be one of the 3 or 4 best rotations in the sport, even as an Aaron Nola has hiccups and has been out an extended stretch here, even as Jesus Luzardo has gone through a historically atrocious 2-game stretch. And I don't know that he just gets it back in 4 days from now either. I mean, it might take some time for him to figure it out, but there's enough depth here and enough high-quality starting pitching that the team is going to continue to win games and continue to compete. I think
it's
it
funny.
probably
I think
requires
this guy is
people,
asking me, are the Phillies go to the World Series? And we're talking about everything that is preventing them from going to the World Series.
Yeah, not quite. Not right now, no. I think that they probably have to make 2 bullpen additions, and I think that they probably need to inject 1 bat into the lineup, and we've had this conversation a million times. Yep. And I think that they're going to attempt to try to do that at the deadline. I don't necessarily want to say I blindly believe in Dave Dombrowski or all of a sudden he's going to revert to his ultra-aggressive splash headline-making ways of the past. But I think that there's an acknowledgement here that this team is woefully short. And because they went status quo in the offseason for the most part, I think that rent comes due at the deadline here where they say, all right, now we're going to have to pay a little bit.
Yeah, I want to talk a little about Dave Dombrowski. The first question I would have for Bob Wankel, Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here on the Sports Bash is, how did Dombrowski walk into Middleton and say, I need a $10 million check to sign a left-handed hitting left fielder? What was the rationale? And if I was John Middleton and he convinced me to do that, how do I then take you and say, hey, what other great ideas do you have?
Yeah, I mean, what this team probably did not need was another left-handed hitter that really can't do much against left-handed pitching.
Right.
But, I'm not privy, nor has anybody been, at least in terms of out in the open, been privy to what the Phillies were looking for early in the offseason, what they were willing to spend, who they investigated, signing. And it gets to a point where you say, we need another bat. And though this isn't an ideal fit, hey, we like Max Kepler. We think he can hit 25 home runs here. We think this and that about him. And then you go out and do it. It hasn't materialized. It hasn't worked out.
I was going to say, I mean, what on the top end, what were they like? How would they say this guy fits if he does this on the top end? They couldn't really think they were signing a 25 home run guy, really?
No, I think on the top end, you're probably thinking to yourself, he can hit 250, 260 for us. He can probably pop 20 home runs. He's a decent left fielder. He'll be a nice addition. It's not so expensive. We're not making a long-term commitment to him. It's not so expensive that we've priced out other options as the season moves along, but it hasn't been a good signing, nor was Whit Merrifield last season.
No, it hasn't been. Bob Wankel's with us, talking a little Phil's Fighting Words podcast, Crossing Broad. I look at, okay, so there you got that thing in left field. I don't know if you're willing to just cut ties with him, move on from him, if you find an upgrade. Then the center field spot. How are you looking at center field? I know we talk about this a lot. You obviously, the Marsh Rojas thing but is Justin Crawford an answer, or do you have to find somebody else?
Well, I thought you were going to ask me about this. So here's the deal with Justin Crawford. He had 3 hits last night, drove in another 3 runs. He's hitting .349 this year. He's at .416 on-base percentage. He's stolen 23 bags. And you're like, what more does this kid have to do? He's a top prospect within the organization. He's hitting over 400 against left-handed pitching this season. He's hitting .313 against righties. He's doing everything. What more could you possibly want?
What more?
The issue is, I mean, here's the issue. He's hitting the ball on the ground 64% of the time. Right now, Christian Yelich leads all of baseball, Major League Baseball, in ground ball percentage rate at 58.9%. And here's Crawford 5% higher than that. And you go, well, who cares? The problem is like, can he hit for extra bases at this level? Probably not. His batting average of balls in play is .440, Mike. Like, that's astoundingly high. And you can say that there's a skill in hitting it where they're not. But when you don't hit the ball with a ton of authority and you're dinking and dunking your way and using your legs, it's like an entirely different skill set. And does it play at the major league level? Is he ready for that? And so, statistically speaking, yeah, absolutely. And could it be any worse than what it is between Rojas and Marsh? I don't know. But again, and I mentioned this to you earlier in the week, you do have to consider the following. If Justin Crawford, and this is just a hypothetical, but if Justin Crawford is in their plans in terms of potentially being a trade deadline piece, and your internal evaluation of the player is that he is not ready yet, why would you bring him up here on June 6th, expose him to major league pitching, expose him to potential flaws in his game, expose the rest of the league to those flaws, and then say, yeah, you know what, 7 weeks from now, we want to headline a package with this guy. So they might just be trying to buy time and let him develop a little bit more and not expose those flaws and expose him and diminish his value, quite honestly, ahead of this deadline.
So I guess it sounds like you're saying, and you can jump in and tell me if I'm wrong, they are not convinced that he is ready enough to be any much of an upgrade over the disaster that they have, and therefore, instead of just calling him up and then the possibility that he's not the answer and potentially ruining his value.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they don't believe in him. I'm not saying that they think he's far off. I'm just saying that clearly, based on his statistical output and his performance and how unbelievably good it's been, the fact that he's not up here while center field continues to be woefully inept, I think that tells you what you need to know, which is they don't feel that he's quite ready yet. And they don't want to rush him up here and create a situation where they don't feel like they're going to get an incremental increase in production.
Right, because, and you just mentioned his numbers. I mean, they're off the charts. And a listener might say, okay, you just read his numbers off. What more can this guy do to show that he belongs up here, and how much longer can you wait? How much stock do you put into the numbers?
I think he's done it at every level. Like, so there could be a situation here where it's a little bit of an outlier. Like, he's been productive at every level. The ground ball rate has been astronomical at every level. He does not and has not this season hit for power. So there's a little bit of concern about what the overall ceiling is here. But he's a terrific athlete. He has great bat to ball skills. And when at some point, like, you can talk about, well, I don't know how it translates at the major league level. Guy's hitting 349. Like, 349 is pretty good. So, but the issue is, though, too, I think people have billed him as like this elite premium defensive center fielder. And in time, as a 21-year-old right now, he's pretty good. But is he there right now to take down center field every single day for a team that's looking for a legitimate upgrade, that's trying to play itself into championship contention? I don't know that he's ready for that yet.
Does he offer more value to this team or as a piece?
That's a great question. I think that that's probably a question that they are asking themselves and attempting to answer right now. I think that if you are trying to win a championship in the next 2 years, the answer to that is as a piece. I think he's going to be a good Major League Baseball player. I just don't know that he's going to step in right now and provide this impact that everybody's hoping for. Like, I don't see him carrying over a 64% ground ball rate and a 440 batting average of balls in play and hitting 350 at the major league level. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. So I think that they're looking at it and saying, like, let's just go for a little bit longer with what we've got, see how this deadline materializes. And it's not to say that he couldn't be up here at some point in the next 30 days, but you kind of just get the sense that they really are trying to tread water and buy time before they make a decision here.
Same question with Mick Abel. Is he more beneficial to this team or as a trade chip?
I think that the answer on the fly, I don't want to overreact to 2 major league starts, nor do I want to overreact to basically 2 good months at the minor league level. But I think the stuff does play as such that he offers you a solution in the short term in the rotation. And you are starting to see some leaks here in the last 3 or 4 weeks. Nola's out. Luzardo's been a shell of himself from the first month and a half. This is why you need depth in your rotation. And then I do think that there's a world where his stuff translates to being an effective reliever. So you don't want to just trade him away to hey, we need a reliever. We have to get a guy. Let's just trade him. Who cares? It fills a need. I think you have to kind of make sure that you're getting the right deal with him. It's not quite as obvious, I don't think, the answer.
Okay, so right, the right deal. If you same deal you made, you got a Carlos Estevez level guy. You don't move him for like you might have thought about that 3 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. If I told you you're getting a Carlos Estevez level closer back, do you trade Abel for that guy?
No, I mean, especially if there's not going to be team control. There better be, if you're going to get back, and Estevez is having a great year, by the way. But for the guy that they traded for last year, he's not like a blow your doors off guy. Like, I would need a lights out. If it's going to be a rental, this better be a guy that I can just say, you've got the 9th, I'm going to sleep, you know? And if it's not that guy, I don't think I'm trading a guy like Mick Abel right now, because I think that he has enough flexibility in how you might be able to use him down the stretch here.
Mason Miller, you make that deal. Does Oakland or the A's make that move? Do they now say, you know what? We've changed our opinion. We would take this guy. And would that be, hey, 2 controllable guys flip-flop?
Yeah, I mean, you probably consider it. Miller's been a little bit better here recently, but he's not having a great year. He's still got a 5.23 ERA right now. His WHIP, I think, is like 1.3. I looked at that a couple days ago, actually. But yes, I mean, considering the upside of what he is and the team control, if it were like Abel and a secondary or third tier piece, like, I think the Phillies probably make that deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Now, is that a straight up type of deal, or do you have to include something else?
You're probably gonna have to include. You're gonna have to include other pieces to get that done, I think.
Right, and the only reason you're saying yes is to what I said yesterday, which is Miller being controllable makes him attractive. The other guys, Helsley walks out the door, you give up Mick Abel, you're sick to your stomach.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how we talk about these guys, though, because if you would include Mick Abel, I mean, Mick Abel was a throwaway piece in a hypothetical trade the first week of April, and now we're saying, well, I don't know, can you Can you really do
I know.
Helsley for just, for Abel? Would you do that? I mean,
That
things
said,
are-
that's based on 2 starts. I mean, his walk rate in the minors is still 4 walks per 9, which is not good. It's based on 2 starts. Are we looking at 2 starts from Jesus Luzardo and starting to wonder what's going on?
A little bit. I mean, guys, he's gotten in his last 2 starts a total of 17 outs. He's given up 21 hits, 20 earned runs, and he's walked 5. I mean, he went from a 2.15 ERA in his starter after his start against the A's a couple of weeks ago to 4.46. And I still think that Jesus Luzardo, from an overall perspective, has been a slam dunk addition for this team. He's 5th in the National League amongst all qualified starters and wins above replacement. He's still top 5 in K per 9. Like this guy has been great for the Phillies, these last 2 starts aside. That all said, opponents are hitting 280 against him. It's the 4th worst opponent's batting average against all of baseball. He's got the 6th highest WHIP. I mean, it's not good. 4.5 ERA is not good, Mike. So
no, it's not.
I mean, that's how bad. It's how historically bad these last 2 starts have been. The velocity's still there. The spin rate's still there. His fastball is just getting pummeled right now. I don't think he's tipping pitches, but I think that teams are simplifying their approach against him and really just saying, we're going to spit on breaking balls. We're going to zero in on the fastball here. And I don't think that his location has been as good. And I don't think that the late movement has been as good. And I think that's why he's getting crushed right now. I expect that they will be able to figure this out with him, though.
All right, so Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here. Do you have a lineup in your head?
Yeah, 3 trades from now, I will have a good lineup for you.
It's a fair answer, but like at this point, like can you, if you are making the lineup, are you continuing to pencil Stott in the top spot, or did they just have no other answers?
I mean, how can you? How can you continue to hit Bryson Stott leadoff? The last 28 days, he's hitting 193 with a 264 on base percentage. In the leadoff spot alone this year, he has a 287 on base percentage. I mean, that's not good enough. It's not even remotely passable. You go back and think about this. Go back and think about those dreadful Phillies teams of the 90s, in the mid to late 90s. Like this is like Desi Relaford stuff, Mike. This isn't.
I agree. I would not hit him leadoff anymore. If not him, Turner obviously would be your option. I said you got to go Turner, Bohm, Harper, Schwarber, and then throw darts. I mean, you really just don't have an option. I guess Castellanos has been miserable as, he's hitting single after single. You can't have him hitting in the 5-hole, but you really don't have another option.
Yeah, so this is kind of where I've landed with this lineup. Some of these guys aren't having bad years in isolation, but together it's not working. And it's not working because JT Realmuto went from a guy that you wanted to hit in the middle of the order to a guy that you're running out of places to drop him to. Nick Castellanos, if I told you in March that Nick Castellanos on June 6th was going to be hitting 285 with a 754 OPS, you'd be like, yeah, sign me up. But he's on pace for 16 home runs this year. Same thing with Alec Bohm. Like, you go back to Alec Bohm's low point of the season, April 13th, he's hitting $150. Well, since then, he's in 45 games, he's hitting 320. But, like, he's a singles hitter. So Castellanos and Bohm together, they're
duplicitous
6'4" right-handed slap hitters. It doesn't play. It doesn't work from a complementary standpoint. And so because of that, you don't have the right puzzle pieces to construct a consistently dangerous lineup, unless Kyle Schwarber's hitting like Babe Ruth.
Yeah, that's the problem. You got a lot of duplicitous guys who should be hitting 7th and 8th, and you have to pick one of them to hit 5. The other one has to hit 6, and then hence you don't have the pop in your lineup, or the depth in your lineup, or the slug in your lineup that Rob Thompson would say. All right, Bob Wankel, Fighting Words Podcast, Crossing Broad. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat here. Let's say Monday they have lost 2 out of 3 to the Pirates. Does Dave Dombrowski feel any pressure? Does he do anything different in his day? Or did he just say, I think we got a nice club?
I think it's just about it's not what you want to do. It's not what Dave Dombrowski wants to do. It's about what the market will allow him to do. So yes, and they very well could lose 2 out of 3 to the Pirates. You have a bullpen game tonight against Bailey falter, which it kills me to say, but he's having a pretty nice season. The Phillies could very well lose tonight, and then you have to deal with Skeens later this weekend, and Wheeler's not going to be the guy that goes up against them. So, you could lose this series. There's no question about it. First of all, you should never, ever, ever make roster decisions, big picture roster decisions based on the results of one weekend. But beyond that, I think the Phillies would love to make some additions right now. Really, I think they would love to snap their fingers and teams be ready to make deals and say, let's go. But it's just so early. And, go look at the standings. There are so many teams that are in it. We've spent all this time talking about, the Brewers and Rhys Hoskins and would they trade them to the Phillies? Right now, they're in the playoff hunt. They're right there. Why would they trade Rhys Hoskins? So, you just have to let this thing play out, materialize, and see which teams are going to be in.
All right, there you go. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. Phillies and the Pirates tonight. Joe Ross is your starter. Let's see how many innings he's got in him tonight. By the way, I said Seth Johnson. He did throw yesterday, and that's why he's the guy. I guess they want a fresh arm up here for the weekend. But, yeah, he threw in that afternoon game yesterday. But barely, my point on that was it seems that they have no anticipation that Seth Johnson is going to be put into some leverage spots here to take a look to see if he can actually be a help to this team as opposed to just a filler.
No, and he didn't walk anybody in the 2 innings yesterday, but he just hasn't thrown enough strikes at the minor league level, I think, to convince the Phillies that he's going to be a viable option here.
And then I guess, hey, I want to see Taijuan Walker throwing some leverage 1 inning spots. You're in the game at 8-0. Thanks.
Well, if nothing else, it gives us something to talk about,
I love it. All right, man. I'll talk to you.
All right, talk soon.
There's Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad. Of course, you can check him out right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. That's a Mike and Bob Friday Baseball Chat. The Mike and Bob Friday Baseball Chat. It's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, cooling, and air conditioning for generations. Call 609-390-3907. Online, broadlees.net. We are live at the ShopRite LPGA Classic presented by Acer at the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole. Now, it's a happy hour Friday, and everybody is experiencing happy hour but us.
Yeah, everyone here but us sitting here.
I know. My man
Talking.
Tim and the McGettigan's crew is doing a great job. This place is fantastic. They've done an awesome job. Every year, just expanding. The picnic tables now, the high tops. I love the container bar, that whole area over there. And then right to our left here, of course, where the first tee box is, the new 18th tee. If you're coming on any day this weekend, they got the party deck now. Party deck. All right? Got to get out on the party deck.
I'll be there.
I know Josh is coming Saturday.
He is. He'll be here on Saturday.
All right, coming up. My Friday 5 is coming up next. Week 5, Friday 5. Find out what my Week 5, Friday 5 is. That's next, right here from McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole at the ShopRite LPGA Classic on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 329. Sports Bash is live at the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole. Everybody coming to the ShopRite LPGA needs to make a stop at the 19th hole before and after the event. Find your favorite golf group, walk with them, and then follow them to the 19th hole. A lot of the golfers will show up here after their round is over. Yeah. And right now, you can check us out here until the golfers get here. All right, time for my Friday 5. These are the 5 games on the Week 5 schedule that I am most interested in this season. So we will revisit these nuggets. This is the way it works. Every Friday during the football season, I give you my Friday 5. And then, so this year, I'm going to pick my Friday 5 now leading up. It's kind of like a lead up to the football season.
It's like a tease.
And then in Week 5 of the NFL, we're going to see if these 5 games are still my 5 favorite games of the weekend after we see 5 weeks of football. All right? Here we go. Number 5 of the Friday 5. It's not a great schedule, by the way. I know everybody says, you probably say that every week. It's not a great schedule this week when my number 5 game, Josh, is Tampa and Seattle. It's not a great game. Oh. Not a great game.
I think you're underselling Baker Mayfield in this situation.
Wow.
He's must-watch television.
I'm not underselling Baker. Maybe I'm underselling Sam Darnold as the Seattle.
Seattle, yeah. It might be Seattle you're underselling.
I mean, it's just 2 teams that are blah. I mean, Tampa, even when they're good, no one really gives them enough credit. Seattle, even if they're good, people don't really buy them. I feel like these are 2 teams that could be 4-1. I don't know what their schedule is, but they might be 4-1 and people aren't going to be buying them, right?
Probably.
Okay, number 4, Friday 5. Washington Chargers. Washington Chargers. That do anything for anybody?
Does for me. I love that game. The Chargers, I think they're going to be a solid team. They're still a pesky little team out there in the AFC, even though they're in that great division in the West. But the Commies, I mean, you can't count them out. They were in the conference championship last year against the Eagles. I think that's a solid matchup. I like it.
Well,
I like it at 4.
There's not a lot of great ones. That one's there. But the Chargers, I agree. The Chargers, look, they're a team that went to the playoff. These are 2 playoff teams. One of them went to the NFC Championship game. They don't sound glamorous, but I'm in on this game.
I'm in.
Josh, you in on that game? You like that
100%. Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert. It's going to be a shootout.
Okay. That sounded rehearsed.
I did not coordinate with Josh on that one.
No, okay. All right, number 3. This is a good game. But one of the teams has to hold their end of the bargain. Cincinnati, Detroit. Can Cincinnati hold up their end of the bargain and make this one of my Friday 5 when we get to Week 5 of the NFL season? Now, Detroit, Amon-Ra St. Brown, didn't he get surgery?
Yep.
Off-season surgery on
but
his knee.
He will be back for training camp, they already said.
Just saying. Frank Ragnow retires. They lose their offensive coordinator. They lose their defensive coordinator. There's a lot of things happen around this Lions team. By the way, we switched sides. I'm still dark and you're still light.
I think it's your camera.
Has
just
to be,
following
right?
you. It's following.
I told you it was the camera, but
All right. We did flip-flop sides, Josh.
I still look good.
I thought maybe because he had the light coming, like I was under the tent more, so I thought the sun was blocked by me, but all right. All right, here we go. Cincy, Detroit. You guys on board with that one?
I'm on board. I like that one. I think Cincinnati. I still don't trust Cincinnati's defense as much. I think Detroit, even though they lose Ben Johnson, they'll have Amon-Ra back. I think it'll be a high-scoring affair there, Mike Gill.
I know everybody likes Burrow, Chase, that offense, but they didn't make the playoff. That's a non-playoff team, Cincinnati.
It's early.
Right?
listen, this is a defense optional game. Whatever the number is, take the over.
All right. Number 2. San Francisco versus the Rams. It's an NFC West. Rams 1 play away from beating the Eagles, maybe the biggest adversary they have. Niners looking to bounce back. A lot of people looked at that team last year as the favorite. Then they had so many injuries. This game in Week 5 could be a big one in the NFC West. Niners Rams. Does this say the schedule's not that great, or are we into this game?
I think you have it a little bit too high there, Mike. I would flip-flop the
Well,
Chargers
these
game.
are really no particular order.
Okay, all right.
This is just the 5
All right.
best games that I'm interested in outside of the Eagles game, who I don't know. I don't even remember who they
That
play
one
this
actually
time.
might
They
be
play
my
the Broncos.
least favorite.
Okay, they play Denver. All right, that's your least favorite.
Least
Nah,
favorite.
Of this group, I like San Francisco Rams better than Tampa Seattle.
I gotta
know.
say,
Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
I'll say, Nick, you are completely off base on this. First of all, San Francisco will be better this year than last year. Second of all, the Rams, I mean, they are trying to hold that title of best team in the NFC West. This is going to be a fun matchup. I think Brock Purdy and Matthew Stafford are going to have a, come down to the fourth quarter kind of game here.
That's fair. I like the Washington Chargers game. Jaden Daniels and Justin Herbert. That game, it just screams like it's going to be fun. That game sounds fun to me. I'd have it over this one.
Again, these are not ranked
I
in
know.
any particular order.
I know, just saying.
I think you're missing the point here. These aren't which game's better. Just these are 5. These are the Friday 5 games that I'm looking forward to the most. The number one's Baltimore-Houston. It's not even a question. That's the best game on the schedule. And quite frankly, Houston's got to be better than they were last year to make this game. But I don't know. I don't see another game on the schedule. Minnesota-Cleveland, Vegas-Indianapolis.
By the way, Minnesota-Cleveland, that's the London game. You like those London games, Mike?
I do. I like a little 9:30 football. Giants-Saints.
No.
Dallas-Jets.
That's a good joke.
Miami-Carolina.
Although I will say, really quick, guys, do you think Justin Fields will play well in New York or not?
Yeah, I do, actually. I do. I think he's got a shot to, revive his career.
So
there.
maybe
Little
that
bit, yeah.
game might be interesting. I'm not saying it's going to be great. I'm saying it might be interesting.
Tennessee-Arizona.
That's a good joke.
Miami-Carolina. New England-Buffalo is the Sunday night game. And the Monday night game is Kansas City-Jacksonville.
Is that going to be the worst Monday night game of all time?
Yikes.
I don't know about of all time, but the rest of that schedule after the 5 games that I picked are not great.
No.
So did I pick at least the right 5, or
I
is
think
there one outside the 5 that I should have included?
I think you picked the right 5. I think the right 5 were chosen because some of those games are just a wash that I might not even have to watch Red Zone. I might have to put on one game and stick there, Mike.
I do that every week.
I know you do that. I Red Zone, though, I know you're not a Red Zone guy. I need to go back and forth.
The only
I'm not
two,
a red zone guy.
The only 2 games that were not in your 5, Mike, that I will just highlight really quick. If Justin Fields is playing well, that Cowboys-Jets game could be very interesting at 1 o'clock. Remember, the Eagles are also playing at 1 o'clock. The Eagles game, by the way, Mike, little nugget for you, Nick Nuggets. CBS, Eagles, Broncos, 1 o'clock.
Eagles, Broncos, 1 o'clock.
CBS, not Fox.
All right.
Well, it's also a 1 o'clock Eagles game, which you're not going to get a lot of. So enjoy that if you're a 1 o'clock Eagle fan.
I know
All right,
a bunch of them.
That's this week's Friday 5, brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907. Got a Phillies lineup yet?
I don't have one out yet. By the way, we have someone on the YouTube, 40 Kid, chiming in. I love McGettigans. They have great wings. I love the po' boy flavor ones.
I just got a follow from Ricky Bowe.
Ricky Bowe followed you.
Yeah, what do you think? Right
Big
there.
deal.
Ricky Patalico followed you.
Look at you. Moving up in the
What
world.
do you think I said or did?
I don't know. Did you say something about him?
I've been hitting on a lot of things here recently.
About the fightings?
40 Kid's a good viewer on the YouTube channel. By the way, we are live at McGettigans. He's right, and we have some wings and some stuff here. We're going to sample some of those. Also, you were just getting a chance to talk to Gurleen Chowler, and you're going to have that up on the social media. One of the players in the tournament this weekend. Leaderboard is up here at the ShopRite LPGA Classic. We're at McGettigans, Casamigos Tequila 19th hole. Just talking to our guy Tim. And we're going to be doing some stuff later on down the road, as we told you all summer long. We're at Pig Dog next week on a Friday for the Eagles Autism event.
Can't wait. I'll be
check
there
us
with
out
you.
there. Thursday, the 27th. Is that the 27th? Am I right on that date? Is that June 27th, a Thursday? No, it's the 26th. June 26th. We are going to be at Tuckahoe Inn
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you know what?
On the road this summer.
A lot of times on the road, man. And then we are going to be starting in the month of July. We are going to be out for every Phillies Day baseball game. The month of July and August, every time the Eagles play a day game on a Wednesday,
Phillies.
we will be, what'd I say?
Eagles.
Phillies. When the Phillies play a day game on a Wednesday in the month of July and in August, we are going to be out doing Phillies watch parties down at Yuri's in Wildwood all summer long. Every Wednesday, Phillies day games with the Sports Bash, Phillies watch party. So I want everybody out there to make a little note in your phone on the Wednesdays during the day games. Hey, I want to go down and watch the I want to go watch the Phillies game with the Sports Bash at Yuri's in Wildwood. So we're going to have more information on that coming up as well throughout the next couple of weeks here. But there you go. There's some news that is happening. That is my Friday 5 here on the Sports Bash. All right, coming up on the other side, we will get into today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Wait till you hear this topic today. Now, did you hear yesterday's topic?
I did.
A lot of people last night were talking to me about yesterday's topic.
I'm excited.
Whether or not you eat food when it comes to the table before the other person gets their food.
I love that
So
topic.
we'll revisit that one. But what is the unsportsmanlike moment of the day today? Find out next on the Sports Bash live at McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila's 19th hole on 97.3 ESPN.
He's an NBA champion. It is Caron Butler, who also, per sources close to me, loves DuckTales. Am I right, Caron Butler? Do you love DuckTales?
I absolutely love DuckTales. That was a classic intro. I'm gonna have to take y'all on my book tour with me when I go back out there.
All right, that was the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Caron Butler, former UConn star, big fan of DuckTales, the cartoon. Do you know it? No.
I don't even
Whoa.
know. What is DuckTales? I've never heard
Don't
of it.
ask that question like, what is DuckTales?
I've never
It's
heard
a
of it.
great cartoon.
I've never even heard of it.
That's horrible.
Is that a bad job
Every
by
person
me?
at that table knows DuckTales.
DuckTales. Is that out of my range?
You never heard of DuckTales.
Oh.
The cartoon, DuckTales. Yeah, you got the rich guy.
I know SpongeBob. Grew up with SpongeBob.
No,
How's
see,
that one?
this is where kids like your
It's a Zoomer
age don't
thing?
understand, Nick. Okay, this
Terrible.
was like this
you know,
was
the
like
ignorance.
prime.
The ignorance is unbelievable.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know.
want
Don't
me
you have
to do?
Disney Plus?
You know who Donald Duck is?
Yeah, I know who Donald Duck is.
You go, DuckTales.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know Donald Duck.
But it's a
Well,
family of ducks.
This was a cartoon. It's a family of ducks where the ducks were very rich.
Okay.
Well, the one
And
duck.
They had like,
Well, the one duck. It was Scrooge McDuck was the rich uncle, and all
Yeah.
the kids in the family were like, basically bothered him to have fun, and he would begrudgingly get involved.
Yeah, he had a swimming pool that was not water. It was filled with like dollar bills or $100 bills.
Yeah.
And they went swimming in the pool, but it was all money and gold and everything. But like back in the day, you come home from school at 3 o'clock, and then all the afternoon cartoons were on.
So we're going back. We're going to 80s, early 90s?
I would say 80s, mid 80s, late 80s, early 90s. So you would go to school, you would watch you would go to school. Then when you came home from school, all the cartoons came on at like 3:30.
Right.
Yep.
You got like all these cartoons. DuckTales was one of the cartoons that came on later on in the day. Now you had the Saturday morning cartoons, which were different.
Different
like,
lineup.
You had Woody Woodpecker.
I know Woody Woodpecker.
Okay,
That's
well,
another one.
You had like G.I. Joe.
No G.I. Joe.
He-Man.
Transformers.
I know He-Man, too.
Transformer. I used to be a big fan of the GoBots.
Okay.
The GoBots. The GoBots. It was like a.
Now
they
you're
were like the
losing me.
knockoffs of the Transformers.
Okay,
they were
gotcha.
like the
Yeah.
cheap Transformers. But
Yeah.
they had
DuckTales.
the Saturday morning cartoon was all the cartoons, and then you had the after school cartoons. DuckTales was one of those.
You guys had it all mapped out back in the day, huh? How about that?
It's the GoBots.
Yeah, no. Not ringing a bell in my Zoomer head
Yeah.
over here.
So I was a big Woody Woodpecker fan.
Okay. I was a
There you
SpongeBob guy.
Now, when did you have Saturday morning cartoons when you were growing up?
No, you just had cartoons when you threw on the TV. I mean, any point. Yeah, Codename Kids Next Door. You had SpongeBob. Gosh, what other ones? Timmy Turner. He was another one.
Never heard of him.
Fairly Odd Parents. Come on, Mike.
No.
That was my era.
Well, the question is, so Saturday morning, you didn't have the Saturday morning cartoons?
No,
Nothing.
nothing. I mean,
So-
if I threw on Cartoon Network or something.
After school is that's the thing.
Yeah.
You just said it. You had a whole network that just played cartoons. Back in the day, you would go to like NBC, like
No.
3, 6, and 10, and they'd have the cartoons
Well,
were on
for example,
all morning long.
I'm a little younger than you, Mike. So for my age range, the Saturday morning Fox television cartoon lineup was like it. Okay,
I got to be
Because-
honest.
Oh,
when I was
man.
growing up, we didn't have Fox.
Wow.
Fox wasn't a station
See,
quite yet.
When I was younger, Fox was better than ABC, NBC for Saturday morning because Fox Saturday morning, you had the X-Men, and then you had Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It was like a whole lineup.
I had Power Rangers.
Yeah, that's a little. I was too old for
Yeah,
cartoons
see, I
by
had
that point.
See, I had Nickelodeon, I had Cartoon Network. I could just flip it on whenever I wanted.
Yeah,
but I was
see-
a Sports Center kid too. You know what I mean?
We didn't have like Cartoon Network wasn't
No.
around yet. So Saturday morning, the cartoons would start like 6 o'clock in the morning. You'd sit in front of that TV, and it would just be Bugs Bunny, GoBots, He-Man, all day until like 10 o'clock, I think is when they kind of ended.
I'll give you a good one. I was a big Tom and Jerry viewer growing up. I
Tom
was
and
a big
Jerry.
Tom and Jerry viewer growing up.
Tom
I
and
gotta
Jerry,
say.
a really good one.
Yeah.
What's it called? Oh man, Scooby Doo.
Scooby-Doo, yeah. I was a Scooby-Doo guy.
Absolutely.
They had those on. But, like, I could tune in whenever I felt like. In the morning, the afternoon, at night, when I was going to bed. It didn't matter. I didn't have an appointment viewing.
The
That's a
luxury
lousy
for you
life.
children.
It's a lousy life. When you have cartoons, you gotta shape yourself. You get in front of the TV.
I was a big Sports Center guy. That was my problem.
Sounds like a loser.
I've said that a bunch of times here on the air.
I mean, you get a chance to
No
watch
life.
Scooby-Doo or some schmuck on Sports Center, and you're picking Sports Center.
Dude, I was watching Sports Center at like 6.
Sports Center run reruns the whole day. You can watch the
And
same
I'd have
one.
it on all day.
Yeah, but that's why you watch the cartoons, and then you know the same reruns coming on at 10.
I'd break it off every once in a while.
That's
but
a Rowan education for you.
It's a D3 guy right there.
Saturday morning cartoons. Everybody
Now.
listening right now, 609-403-0973.
I'm gonna get ripped.
What is your go-to Saturday morning cartoon when you were growing up? Now, if you're someone in Earnshaw's age, you didn't even have a Saturday morning cartoon.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I could throw on whatever I wanted.
You had the WWE, too.
Yeah, I was
Saturday morning wrestling.
I was a big Friday Night SmackDown kid. That was a big one for me. Appointment television there. That was appointment.
Back in the day, it would be on Saturday morning would be the WWE, and you had, like, this is back when, like, Hulk Hogan and, like, you know, you had, like, the cartoonish type of character.
Yes.
They were more like cartoon characters. You had, like, Hulk Hogan going up against, like, Hillbilly Jim or Junkyard Dog against the Honky Tonk Man, something like that. Big John Studd against, you know, Nikolai Volkov.
Yeah, I was more the Undertaker, the Triple H, the Batista, the Jeff Hardys of the world. That was my era of wrestling.
Yeah, see, you were into, like,
Did I just miss out on everything, Mike? Is that what you're telling me right here? Do I have to dust everything off, put in the VHS?
Well, I'm surprised at you because you are someone who will watch old crap.
I watch Seinfeld. Seinfeld, Friends. I like sitcoms. I'm a big sitcom guy. Old school sitcoms. I'll go Friends. I'll go Seinfeld. I like Cheers.
Yeah,
too.
Matt and Kate May, the Smurfs. I forgot about the Smurfs.
The Smurfs.
I got another one for you, Mike. Remember Thundercats?
Thundercats. Yes, I do remember the
you're losing
Thundercats. Now, if you're listening, give us a Saturday morning cartoon that I'm forgetting about. Because, listen, you had I definitely was Woody Woodpecker. You mentioned Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry.
Scooby-Doo was a big one. The GoBots, the Transformers, He-Man.
I've heard of He-Man. Never saw it.
Yeah. Now, this guy said DuckTales. To my recollection, DuckTales was more of an afternoon cartoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, you would come home from school and you'd watch
'Cause
DuckTales. That wasn't your Saturday morning one.
Yeah, because the sequel, for those who remember, to DuckTales later on was Darkwing Duck.
Yeah.
Darkwing Duck became the show after that.
Yeah, you had Huey was one of the ducks.
Yep.
Huey, right? I think that's all I got.
I got nothing.
There was 3 of them. Huey.
There was 3 of them, yes.
Yeah.
I got to log into the text board. I might be getting ripped for this. It's all right.
You're used to it.
It's all right. I'm used to it.
609-403-0973. Give me a Saturday morning cartoon. What's your go-to Saturday morning cartoon? All right, coming up, football at 4. Andrew DiCecco's in the house. I don't know that DiCecco's watching Saturday morning cartoons.
I don't think he is
Just
either.
a hunch. We're back with more Sports Bash live from the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole on 97.3 ESPN at the ShopRite LPGA Classic presented by Acer. Stop out if you're coming out on this Friday over to McGettigan's and say hello.
Yeah, but yeah, I know the money. Like that's like an offshoot from the Daffy Duck, like spinoff kind of thing. Yeah. I looked it up. That's what it looked like.
Scrooge
I just go,
McDuck
what?
was like the uncle.
Oh god!
Yeah, grab some food before it's like sitting there.
It's over there.
I don't know. They just put out.
I do any music for you, like copyright kind of thing. You get copyrighted music.
For what?
On Instagram, I'm just gonna say that you're Mike Hill. Like, they'll be like, all right.
Oh, don't you get options?
I'm saying you can use whatever you want.
Hey Josh, sorry. What's up?
Okay. On stream. Yep. 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 All right. There's two options. Oh, Mike, can you plug this in? You gotta plug it in because you can switch.
All right. I think. Okay. How about now? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
So be quiet for a minute.
Yep. Yelling at.
Effective urinary tract health products. Eucora is
Okay, it's fixed.
Good.
I'll handle the switch over on this end.
Okay. Sounds good.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. We're live at the ShopRite LPGA Classic in Galloway at the Seaview. We are outside McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole outside on a beautiful day. All the golfers are off. The tees times are all The last tee time, I think, was 2:20. So all of the groups and pairings are out. And, of course, we are here till 6 o'clock tonight. It's time for football at 4 on the week where the Eagles had some OTAs. We had some news earlier from Vic Fangio talking and covering it all week long for Inside the Birds and InsideTheBirds.com is Andrew DiCecco, who's back with us now for a Football at 4 Friday edition on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew, what's going on, my man? How are you?
Mike, I'm doing great. How are you, man?
Always good to catch up, especially when I get you on the Friday. We get a little happy hour Friday vibe, got the whole recap of what we saw. Vic Fangio talked earlier this week, and I know one of the things you've been looking forward to when we get to training camp will be some of these battles. One of them is the cornerback battle. I know that's one that you've talked a lot about. To get a sense from this week, listening to Vic Fangio and some of the things that happened at these OTAs, has any new wrinkle been put into that cornerback opportunity when they get to training camp?
Well, I think he opened some eyes, Mike, that it is actually going to be a legitimate competition between Keely Ringo and Adoree Jackson. And I'm so candid, and I appreciate that. And it's really tough to configure how this might go, but the Eagles would love nothing more than for Keely Ringo to win this job. Obviously, this is his third season there. He's familiar with the coaching staff. They know how he operates. But Adoree Jackson might have something to say about that. And I think that it's a little bit more than just signing a veteran 1 year prove-it-deal type of player. I don't get the Greedy Williams vibes from Adoree Jackson. I think he's going to make things interesting, and it's going to be between those two players.
Yeah, they brought the veteran in Adoree Jackson. Ringo's been here. This is his third year now. And then, of course, he mentioned Cooper DeJean, and he mentioned the word safety with him a couple times. So I'm really interested to get your interpretation, Andrew, on how he factors in that safety room, outside corner. Is he even in play there? We know the slot that he excelled in last year, but what did you make of the way Vic Fangio talked about Cooper DeJean and how his role might expand or be different this year?
Yeah, that's about as close as you'll get to see Vic Fangio beam. He was lighting up a little bit, talking about the different ways to utilize Cooper DeJean. And what makes Cooper DeJean so interesting, and it's also a gift and a curse, that's why he fell to the second round. Teams probably didn't know how to utilize him, but I don't think that he's going to be utilized much at safety this year. He even talked about, they're not in base very often, but if they are, that might be an area in which they choose to deploy him. I think eventually he'll be an outside corner. I believe that's what they drafted him to be, and he does have that capability. But right now, this season, I think that he's primarily going to be a nickel corner because, as we've talked about, Mike, it is a starting position in today's NFL. I would argue that it's the toughest position to play on defense, and he's so good at it. He's already one of the best at that position in the NFL because you have to have the knowledge of what everyone on the defense is responsible for. You also have to be ready to get involved with run fits and things like that. But you also have to have the short area quickness and the ability to defend receivers of all shapes and sizes. And you don't have the sideline helping you there. So receivers have that two-way go. And they don't have anybody else that's equipped to handle that role. So by default, Cooper DeJean is probably going to be primarily slotted there this season.
All right, what do you make, Andrew, of him mentioning him and the word safety? Not once, but twice in the same sentence he brought up safety.
Well, I underlined that in my notes as he was sitting there talking, and I scouted Cooper DeJean as a safety and an outside corner, but I did look at him quite a bit as a safety because I think his skill set translates favorably to that position. And Vic actually echoed the same sentiment, saying, I think he would do very well there, were the words that he used, and that he does have the skill set for it. I still have a hard time envisioning them utilizing him there because he's such a valuable piece that corner and nickel are more valuable commodities, valuable positions. And they already drafted Drew McCool to play safety. Sidney Brown's still there. So they have bodies there, and he's just too valuable to what he does right now for me to kind of be of the understanding or the belief that he's really going to be deployed at safety.
That's going to be interesting. If he is not the top candidate, obviously, to play next to Reed Blankenship, he mentioned Tristan McCollum, and obviously everybody's just assuming that Drew McCuba and Sidney Brown are the two that are battling. Tristan McCollum's in there, Lewis Seen. We talked about him with Adam yesterday. After these OTAs, which finish next week, one more mandatory, and then they're kind of done for a while here. Is this a two-man race in your mind? Is he giving McCollum a courtesy, or do you see him legitimately in that competition?
No, it's primarily a two-person race between Sidney Brown and Drew Makuba, but it is notable that he mentioned Tristan McComb, and I feel like he doesn't want Tristan to get slighted. Vic doesn't just mention names for the sake of doing so. Tristan is a player that, and I've been very adamant about this over the past couple of seasons, he's a player that the Eagles like. And every time I mention his name, I'm always reminded of, but he gave up a touchdown in the Super Bowl. So did Sidney Brown. Sidney Brown's up for a starting job this year. Tristan doesn't have the big playability of a Sidney Brown or a Drew Makuba. But what he does provide, and this goes a long way with Vic Fangio, he's fundamentally sound, he's tough, and there's not a lot of guesswork when he's out there. You know that he's more often than not going to be in the right place at the right time. And I think that because he embodies or has many of those characteristics that he looks for from a safety, that's why he mentioned him. But I really do think it's going to be between Makuba and Brown. But he doesn't want Tristan to be left out of that conversation. And I think that he's going to be the fourth safety. But he's flying under the radar, Mike. And you wouldn't think so because he made the 53 last year. But I've gotten about over a half dozen questions about Lewis Cine, and people think that he's, built for that fourth spot, that he's a shoo-in for that. And I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think there's not a lot of respect there there's not enough respect for Tristan McComb and what he's been able to do and what he provides to that defense.
All right. Yesterday, Adam brought up under the radar players. One was at defensive tackle, Byron Young, 3rd-round pick with the Raiders. Do you put him on the map in replacing Milton Williams and, that spot there where, someone's got to pick up those snaps?
Yeah, well, he's going to have a shot, but it's a slim one. He's an interesting name. Of course, Thomas Booker is a holdover from last season. He's the backup nose behind Jordan Davis. But I would also mention another guy that you should keep an eye on. That's Gabe Hall, the second-year defensive lineman. Yeah, he went to Baylor. He was a highly coveted undrafted free agent, about 6'6", 295 pounds, can play any position on the defensive line. Didn't really flash last summer, which I was surprised about because I did like his tape coming out of college. But he's somebody now that has a full year working with defensive line coach Clint Hurt, just like Byron Young, but Byron Young was also hurt last season. So I think that he would also be in the mix as well. So I kind of look at it as a three-person race between Thomas Booker, Byron Young, and Gabe Hall for that final spot.
All right. At the beginning of the week, we know Bryce Huff was moved, and that was reported at the end of last week. But now that Huff is gone, what's the messaging there with what's left? I mean, it's obvious that Huff was not a part of their plans. But when you move a guy like Huff, does that say that they really trust and believe in Hunt, or is this still something that's fluid?
They do like Jalen Hunt quite a bit. I think it was more, I wouldn't read too much into it other than the fact that it was evident that Bryce Huff wasn't a fit for this defense. And why prolong something? Why kick the can down the road if you already know what he is as a player, who he is as a player, and then it's not going to be a fit in your scheme? They did right by the player, and they cut ties and gave, both teams are going to win in that trade. But to look at it from a different perspective here, they have 3 edge rushers that I think are pretty formidable in obviously Nolan Smith, Jalen Hunt, and Azeez Ojulari. And they do like Jalen Hunt quite a bit, and they're optimistic about him having a breakout season. But I wouldn't look too much into it other than they parted ways with a player who clearly wasn't a fit and wasn't going to be a fit. So they're still really light there, by the way.
Yes, and then, of course, there's linebacker, in which Vic Fangio mentioned. Obviously, Jahad Campbell, he said mid-August. That raises a little eyebrows. Let's stop with them and just get a little more on that. That would tell me mid-August that there's a possibility that he does not appear in any preseason games. And if that's the case, no training camp, most likely no preseason, maybe one game. Do you see him ready to play on Thursday night against Dallas on September 4th?
Yeah, it's an interesting timeline, right? Because the Eagles certainly aren't going to rush Jahad Campbell back. He's their first-round pick, and they had big plans for him. And when you hear Vic Fangio say sometime in August, I mean, there's always so much you can do in terms of getting those mental reps to prepare you for what's ahead. And I have to think that, yeah, maybe he might get one preseason game under his belt, but to what capacity can we expect him to actually go out there and play? They're not going to overexpose him and risk injury. And I would think that he would be ready for Thursday night. But again, I don't know that you can pencil him in as a starter or expect him to take on, half the snaps or anything like that. They're probably going to get his feet wet and gradually work him into the defense. But something noticeable from OTAs the other day when we were there and it was open to the media, was that on a far field, if you look far enough, you could see Vic Fangio working with Jihad Campbell, who actually was wearing a helmet that day. Obviously, he did not practice, but you get the sense that Vic's doing whatever he can to get him ready so that you don't have to necessarily, you're not swimming as much when you're cleared.
All right, talk with Andrew DiCecco, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. He covered the Vic Fangio presser and, of course, all of Eagles OTAs. So many things emerging from that at linebacker. You just talked about Campbell. Nakobe Dean doesn't sound like – I mean, his timeline wasn't even given. It was just ways down the road. If not Campbell and Dean, who are you looking at to possibly be on the field?
Yeah, it's a really light group, but Jeremiah Trotter Jr. will be the next up, and he doesn't have the athleticism that you probably would look for from that position, but he is a highly instinctive player, incredibly high football IQ. Doesn't look like he put on a lot of weight or added anything to his frame, so he already was undersized, but he makes up for that with his football intelligence and ability to diagnose and those instincts that you like. But they're really light there. I mean, Smile Mondon might work into it, the rotation a little bit in training camp, but I would expect, I mean, just by default, they have to add another player there, because then we're looking at Dallas Gant. We're looking at Lance Dixon, an undrafted free agent. They don't necessarily have the body that you need to take into training camp. But Jeremiah Trotter Jr., to answer your question, would be the next man up.
All right, Andrew, you look at defense there, a lot of questions that are going to be on. And he brought up an interesting point. You know, last year, he said, hey, we had a lot of questions last year, too. We didn't, Bond, nobody knew about him. We had 2 rookies stepping in here. There was a lot of questions on last year's team. Do you is it fair what he said with last year's team and this year's team? Do you see parallels there, or is that not fair?
Yeah, I do. And I was having this conversation with somebody the other day, because they were of the belief that, well, I mean, they're going to get out to a slower start. There's a lot of young players on defense. And I said, well, that was the case last year as well. Coaching matters. The Eagles have some of the best position coaches in the NFL. They prioritize player development, and they bring in players who are accustomed to high standards, to playing at the highest level. So there's not a lot of gray area there. They know what's expected. They're ready for the tough coaching, and that's only part of it. They have the coaching staff in place to get these guys ready. So I don't necessarily look at it in terms of them being young. A lot of these players played on the highest stage of the Super Bowl. So yeah, you maybe look at a Drew Makuba or a Keely Ringo, but if you look across the NFL, Mike, every defense has some question marks there. When you have Vic Fangio at the helm, I think you should be pretty confident about that defense moving forward.
I know Vic Fangio spoke, so everybody talked defense this week, but Jalen Hurts flies under the radar somehow for a guy who was the MVP of the Super Bowl. Do we see a more polished and mature Jalen Hurts?
I think so, and I don't read anything into OTAs, but what I've seen from him, and take this as you will, he's making quick decisions. He's not holding on to the football, and that might sound simple enough in 7-on-7s and even 11-on-11, but he was holding on to the football in previous years. He knows exactly where to go. He's processing things quickly. You didn't see the vertical passing game or anything like that, but you have to bear in mind that A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith were not doing team drills. Devontae wasn't there. A.J. didn't participate in it. So he's working with the Anais Smiths of the world, the Terrace Marshalls, and players like that. So I thought that he made quick decisions. There's a lot of horizontal passing game, and really that's all you can really glean from it. But I think that there's an understanding there with Jalen Hurts that now there's the expectations are even elevated more, and there's more eyes on him now, if you can imagine that. And he doesn't take that lightly. He knows that he is stepping into an even greater leadership role, and with that comes, elevated expectations. He'll be ready for it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see him kind of like make that next evolution. I mean, I was looking about this the other day, Andrew, is you forget he's only 26 years old. I mean, it's not like he's, going into his age 30 season and he's been around. This guy's been around and he's only 26. So I would imagine there's probably more to the ceiling for him to get to, right?
I think so. And one thing that I don't think we even talk about nearly enough as a collective is his poise and how battle-tested he is. There's nothing that can be thrown at him that he's not going to be ready for. And he just has an inherent understanding of what's expected. He constantly sets the bar even higher. And, he's going to go out there and work on certain areas of his game that he feels was incomplete last season. There's another level that he could reach. And, I mean, nobody's more of a competitor than Jalen Hurts, and he's going to make sure that he goes out there and gets it done.
All right, final one for Andrew. You look at Barkley. I know he made the comments about retiring, all that stuff, but I would imagine that the Eagles have to scale him back a little bit here, and not because he's maybe talking about retirement, but he had so many touches last year. We've all seen guys who have that amount of touches, and then the next year them kind of fall off the map a little bit. But I guess the question would be, do you look at this offense and what they did last year in that he had those touches out of necessity, or just because, hey, this is the kind of the way the season's going, let's just ride it out? Or do they need him to touch the ball that much?
It's a great question, Mike, and I'm glad you asked it because I think it was out of necessity. The passing game did not look as it should. It was very compressed. It was discombobulated. When you have that kind of talent, there's really no excuse for it. But they ended up revamping their philosophical approach coming out of that bye week, and Saquon Barkley was just ripping off, 100, 120-yard games at a remarkable clip. So they opted not to deviate away from it. But when you constantly hear someone like A.J. Brown or Jalen Hurts or even Kevin Patullo, and they mention evolve, the offense needs to evolve. Well, it's certainly not in the running game. So when you hear the word evolve, to me, that signals that the passing game needs to take it to another level. And I believe that they will. And they shouldn't lean on Saquon Barkley as much this season. I don't think that if you look back on at history, I mean, he's had a lot of tread on the tires, and health hasn't been, his calling card. Last season, the Eagles got really lucky there, and they do a good job of preserving Saquon Barkley. But in order to do that, you need to mix in someone like a Will Shipley, who I think is going to be the offensive breakout player this season. And you need to lean on your passing game with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert, who I think is going to have a really big season as well.
All right, there you go. Andrew DiCecco on the Eagles, who, by the way, have just added a running back. Free agent running back Killian Robinson from the Jacksonville Jaguars, former fifth-rounder. The Eagles have claimed him, so obviously they want to add a little bit more to that running back room as we're talking about running back there. They feel like they need a little bit more depth in that running back room, so we'll see. One more day of OTAs, and then, of course, a little silence. We'll get into our division previews with Andrew, and then the start of training camp. And Andrew DiCecco's all over it for Inside the Birds and InsideTheBirds.com. All right, man, have a great weekend.
Mike, you too, man. Talk soon.
Always good to catch up with Andrew, well-informed, and he joined us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, you can check out Andrew DiCecco and the guys over on the Inside the Birds podcast. Today's Football at 4 is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. All right, we've got Nuggets on the way. We're going to get a lot of updates on the tournament, ShopRite LPGA Classic, presented by Acer. And, there's Jeremy. He was telling me earlier the ShopRite has renewed. They will be back a part of this tournament for years to come. And we are at the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole area, which if you're coming down Saturday or Sunday, when you get here, McGettigan's is right on the corner. T1 right to our left. 18th right to our left. And McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole right to the right of the first tee box. So you can watch the pairings tee off, come over, get yourself a nice Casamigo or your favorite beverage, back to watch the next pairing. Then you can even walk right around to the 18th, to the party deck up there, and that's where you'll see Nicky Earnshaw partying, I hear.
Should have did Nuggets from there, honestly. I should have set up over there or something. My goodness.
No, this is a good spot right here. We've been in the spot all day. By the way,
awesome.
Thanks to Tim and everybody at McGettigan's. They brought us a nice cheesesteak on the seeded roll. They got the whole team cheesesteak, seeded roll, and the tenders.
The tenders. I can't wait to try the tenders.
Oh, look at my man. Got the tenders here.
Oh, they look awesome.
Yeah, I thought that was another cheesesteak. I didn't realize. All right.
Wow.
We're getting into them. All right, we got more to come. Sports bet. By the way, no Phillies lineup yet?
Nothing. I keep checking. No lineup yet.
Is that saying that there could be something happening here?
I don't know. I mean, they took Crawford out of the lineup precautionary last night. Who knows?
It's 20 after 4 for a 7. Is it a 7 o'clock game tonight, right?
I believe so, right? It's 7. Yeah, nothing out yet. I keep checking. I'm refreshing. I'm doing it all.
This is odd that something hasn't. No lineup out yet. We got to keep an eye on
6:40 tonight.
Even earlier.
6:40 is
earlier than a home game.
Yeah. Whew. I don't know.
Wow. Something's got to be happening here. All right. If it happens, we got you. Sports Bash Live from the ShopRite LPGA Classic presented by Acer on 97.3 ESPN. All right, the Phillies lineup has just dropped, and now we know why it's taken a little while. No Bryce Harper tonight.
Wow.
Probably waited to see if Harper could go. He cannot, and it's Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos, Realmuto, Sosa, Stott, Wilson, Rojas. That sounds like a lot of outs.
It's Pittsburgh, too. Jeez.
Joe Ross is pitching tonight. That's why no Harper in the lineup. I guess he might have had a setback or something. I haven't seen why he's not in the lineup, but he is not in the lineup tonight. But Realmuto's back.
Hey, JT's back in the lineup. There you go.
There's Realmuto. All right, we are at the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole at the ShopRite LPGA Classic. And, of course, we are always thrilled to be here. It's one of the favorite events of the year. I missed it last year. I'm happy to be back. Jeremy Freeman is the Vice President of Public Relations for the tour right here at the Seaview. You guys are back again.
Yep.
And it's good to be back here. And, man, I missed 1 year, and the growth of this thing is unbelievable. From the last time I was here, we were sitting over there down the road.
Correct.
And now up on the stage in this whole little compound here. You got the party tent happening. Tell us some of the new things that fans that are coming out here can expect.
Well, yeah, Mike, we were saying at the at Media Day when you guys are all here, I said, Mike, wait till you see the tournament. Like, this is going to be all new for you too, because you guys have been here for many years as our as our partner, and the tournament it's in its 37th year, right? It's one of the longest running tournaments on the LPGA Tour. ShopRite has been sponsor here since 1992, the longest running, and we want to, as a tournament, we want to try to keep enhancing and involving, right, or enhancing and involving the tournament for not only our longtime fans who have been here, but also we're trying to grow the game, right? We're trying to get the younger audience. We're trying to get the kids. We're trying to get people who may not be into golf into golf. Mm-hmm. This right here, this Casamigos 19th hole, party area that we're at, that's a part of it, right? We haven't done this. We haven't done this until last year. We talked to Tim about it. Tim loved this idea. Like, we have this space. Let's make it.
Yeah.
Let's make it the place to be, right? And that's kind of what we're trying to do also across the course. We were saying about on the 18th hole, we had bleachers there on the side of 18. We now have, it's called the patio, and it's got a full bar there, and it's open to the public.
So this isn't one where you need like a special pass or anything. You can just walk up, hang out, and have a good time.
Oh, that's awesome.
You and Nick can just walk on in.
Well, I got a pass. Come on.
Well, yes, you do have a pass. But we have sections all over the course. We have food trucks on the course.
Yeah.
We have on 17. We have a couple of hospitality areas on 17. We've got the rowdy fans that are always there on 17.
Love that.
With the T-shirts.
Yes.
That calls out the players, and we just want to make this tournament continuously a fun kickoff event for Atlantic City and Philly for the summer.
Yeah. Why? You mentioned ShopRite and all that they're doing. Why has ShopRite and South Jersey and this event been such a good mix? I mean, you said it's the longest running.
Yep.
Why has that partnership continued? Because you said, I think you told me beforehand that this is. We're going to have more of these too, so
Correct.
you don't have to worry about like this year-to-year type of thing.
Nope. This is ShopRite just signed a new multi-year agreement with to extend with the tournament. They did a whole bunch of enhancements with that. I think a part of it is just the sports fan base, not only here in Atlantic City, but in South Jersey and Philadelphia. You guys saw this. I saw it too because I was there when the PGA Tour was at Truist at Philly Cricket Club, and that place was packed.
Yeah.
Right. And here, because you've got, the fans here, you guys love your golf, right? Whether it's here on the LPGA Tour, the PGA Tour, Marion has hosted a lot of big events here, and I think it's the passion for golf for this fan base, and also on the LPGA Tour, I've said this before that the players out here on the LPGA Tour, their driving distance and the yardages and the swings that they hit. It's kind of like us, right? On the PGA Tour, when they hit drives 450. No, that's not us.
No shot.
I say all the time,
we can
Jeremy.
relate it to them.
One of my favorite things to do is sit in that 18th, area, and just watch that approach.
Yeah.
The accuracy is unmatched. that second shot, because I've played that hole many times, and you're thinking, wait, they're getting up here in 3. It's like unbelievable that how accurate they are. I got to mention also, we're seeing just a boom in women's sports, between WNBA, women's softball, which is on the television right now. It kind of owns this couple of weeks here. I got to imagine you guys are feeling that surge as well.
Oh, totally, especially with world number 1 Nelly Korda here this week. She teed off just after 1 o'clock over here on 1. I think you guys were arriving right when she was teeing off. The crowds were from 1 tee all the way to 1 green.
Yeah.
There were 3.
We're actually we're following one of the pairings around, and we'll have it up on social media.
Awesome.
But the guy shooting the video for that was saying, he's like, the amount of people that are a part of this group that I'm following.
Yep.
So make sure you check out our social medias for that. But, yeah, the crowds for and to get Nelly here is a big win, too.
It is a big win, and I think she has, what she did last year with all of her victories last year, and that's a big thing that the LPGA is trying to capitalize is just this boom of women's sports. Another tournament that we do down in Tampa, Florida, that actually Nelly won this past year was Annika Sorenstam's tournament, and we had Caitlin Clark play in the Pro-Am.
Oh, wow.
That
How was that?
Through the roof.
I would imagine.
It was nuts.
Oh, it totally was. And, it's you could see it out here just by the crowds that are here today, and tomorrow is Saturday. It's going to be more crowds out here. And I think it's from a tournament side, we love to see that. We're trying to capitalize on the growth. So is the LPGA Tour. ShopRite, I think that's a big reason why they extended their partnership with the tournament, and because of just everything that they do here, here in Atlantic City, but everything that they do in the community. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this, that they had a charity luncheon a couple hours ago, and they had a goal of $1.5 million to donate to the different organizations and the charities and the communities. They did 1.8.
Wow!
And that's the most that they've ever been able to donate in this tournament
That's
history.
unbelievable.
So now they're almost up to $45 million in donations. That's kind of the big reason. It's giving back to the community. That's a big thing for ShopRite here.
That's Jeremy Friedman, the Vice President of Public Relations for the ShopRite LPGA Classic here. 6 winners of this are in it. Last year, Linnea Strom, what an unbelievable Sunday that was for her. I mean, that's worth a story in itself, listening to what her Sunday was like last year and her chance to kind of go for back-to-backs.
Yeah, last year she made a 20-foot putt on 18 to make the cut on the number. And so going into Sunday, she was T52. So she was dead last. She was tied for dead last going into Sunday, and just decided to birdie 47 holes on Sunday and shoot an 11 under par 60, tied the course record. She finished a good 2.5 hours before the leaders finished. So she was just
hanging out,
just
waiting.
She was just hanging out.
She got the Casamigos tequila 19th hole.
She's like, all right, so what am I going to do? Am I going to hit balls? Am I going to go? So she just relaxed for a bit, and then she just realized that, hey, this actually, I'm going to win this thing. And it was super cool. It was her first LPGA Tour win. You saw her at Media Day. It was her first ever Media Day, so she was super excited to come back here. We did I walked 18 with her. We did like a little walk and talk. And so my first question was, Linnea, how does it feel to be just walking off this 18th tee box for the first time since last year? And she was smiling from here, just like, hang on, I'm just soaking this in for a minute.
Yeah.
Right? Just soaking just what happened to her last year.
Yeah.
It's, you mentioned, what was it, 32 years this has been here? I remember vaguely, I'm 48, but I vaguely kind of remember when it was in Summers Point. Before that at Great Bay, and then it moved down here. There was a little break in there.
There was.
Then it came back, but we had Joanna Coe on last night, who's from Oak Crest, Mays Landing, and she said she's like 35 years old. She said, you know what? I think I could do this. And here she is. She made the cut. She's in the tournament.
She was when she played in the Monday qualifier. She was giving it a go because she's playing in the Canadian Women's Open later this summer. So she's like, okay, I got to get some reps in with kind of no expectations. And then she won the Monday qualifier, and she's teaching or she's director of instruction down in Marion. So she figured, I got to start calling and canceling lessons this week because I've got some planning to do. But yeah, she made her professional debut here.
Yeah.
Right in her backyard.
Yeah, in 2011 as a sponsor exemption. So we asked her about it in our press conference, and she said, "Yeah, this is it's a little bit of a full circle homecoming, and because this is local for her, she's seen this tournament since she was a kid, right? So she's seen this tournament kind of grow into what it is now, which is one of the most popular and mainstay events on the LPGA Tour.
It's amazing. I said how much this has grown. Just this little area here, the whole village down here, just this part of it. I mean, the golf is the golf. If you want to come watch the best players in the world and be as close as you can to professionals, it's an unbelievable course. That's an unbelievable thing. But, hey, if you just want to come around and just be around a top-notch professional event, the village has grown. This has grown. The amenities have just continued to grow each and every year. So that is the cool part about it. And you mentioned, we're at the 19th hole. There are many times here at McGettigan's when some of the women are done and they'll come right across and you can kind of mix and mingle.
Oh, correct. In the evenings, inside McGettigan's, you could walk in and there's LPGA players having dinner together. There's a couple of LPGA players at the bar. There's there is a tradition that when the LPGA, whoever wins, they do all their obligations. I hand them a trophy. Where are they going? They're walking straight here to McGettigan's.
Straight into McGettigan's.
To fill it up. So it's really cool. I know you guys have seen this over the years from broadcasting here, just to see it grow, right? Just to see, the Expo Village grow. To see all this here, to see what Tim has done with everything with McGettigan's here and just kind of making this not just a restaurant that's just off the course, but as a part of the event, right? And I think that's kind of one of the bigger things that we're trying to do with this tournament is there's things to do for the entire family, whether it's it's a family event, whether you want to come and just have some drinks, which there's plenty of them around here.
Plenty of them.
Or just walk.
A variety, too.
A variety. Or just, or just walk a certain amount of holes and see the world's best players in action.
Well, we have a team following one of the groupings on the I think they're on the 5th right now, or started on the 5th, or they're heading over there. So we'll have some social media video of all of that. We also have some social media video going up of the sights and sounds of the Casamigos Tequila 19th hole at McGettigan's, the ShopRite LPGA Village, where you can walk and see all the sponsored tents. And there's a lot of freebies. You can walk down, sample all sorts of stuff. So make sure you make a day of it. Stop by one of the days. You can get down here the rest of tonight if you want. Saturday, all day. What time's tee time tomorrow and Sunday?
First tee time is 7:15 tomorrow, and then first tee time on Sunday, I believe, is 7. All going off of 1 tee on Sunday, and play should finish around 5 o'clock.
Okay, so you have all day from 7 to 5 pretty much Sunday and tomorrow as well. So make some time to check it all out. The ShopRite LPGA Classic presented by Acer is back here, and we are back at McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole, where you can enjoy and check out all of the action. Jeremy Freeman from the LPGA, ShopRite LPGA, is the Vice President of Public Relations for them, and there you go, a little insight on the tournament and how you can expect to see it grow each and every year. I want to see something bigger next year. What's in the plan for next year?
Ooh. Challenge accepted.
All right. Okay. Thank you, man. Appreciate you having us as always.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here.
All right. We got Nuggets, a abbreviated edition of them coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman.
If a person is on a date, is it proper protocol that if one person gets their food first, they have to wait for the other?
Yes.
I tend
because
to
if
agree.
you're on a date, you're trying to make a good impression. You don't want it to be that you're selfish and you're not considerate of the other person. Because that's what you're doing if you eat before their food gets there.
Wake up weekday mornings with Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, welcome back. Sports Bass Live from the McGettigans Casamigos Tequila 19th hole. Now, a little birdie tells me that Mel Reed won in 2020. And maybe took a little too far inside at McGettigan's 19th hole. That's what we're talking about. McGettigan's great spot to check out for the LPGA. Congratulations, Mel Reed, who won in 2020 right here at the ShopRite LPGA. Just happens to be in attendance, sitting in front
with
of
an Eagles hat, by the way.
Is that an Eagles hat? I can't even see
it
that.
It says
far.
Eagles right on it.
All right. I like it. All right, we got today's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as Mel Reed does.
All right, we got to start with a couple of nuggets here. I got a few. It'll be an abbreviated nugget today. By the way, we were given some nuggets a little bit earlier. They look pretty good. I haven't had a chance to have them just yet, but I can't wait to have them after.
Intern Alex was enamored by the tenders.
Oh, they looked good. They looked really good. All right.
Cheesesteak seeded roll, very strong.
That's what I went.
By McGettigan's on the cheesesteak. The cheese was melted in very nicely throughout the roll. Strong cheesesteak for the people at McGettigan's here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get to the Nuggets. I got 2-pack for you today, a little abbreviated today. And we got to talk about the NBA Finals last night, Mr. Mike Gill. I mean, what a fantastic game that was. But I have a little beef, okay? A little bit of beef with the broadcast last night. I don't know. This was blowing up on.
I kept seeing this everywhere.
Oh, it was brutal. It was brutal. So last night, I'm trying to find the game. And I'm looking to see where's the NBA Finals logo. I couldn't find it.
Yep.
It was nowhere to be found. And even when they went to commercial break, it was nowhere to be found. And they didn't even have it on the court either. Nothing.
Felt like a Tuesday night in February.
I couldn't believe it. And social media was going awry yesterday. Awry.
Yeah.
With everything. So that was interesting overall that was happening. And then it ended up being one of the greatest games I've ever seen, Mike. Last second. I mean, how about Tyrese Halliburton? He could not be stopped.
Well, I love this one because so many times we've had these situations where the coach doesn't call timeout, then the coach gets ripped for not calling a timeout. Here's a situation where everybody thinks that Carlisle's been the best coach in the playoffs. He's out coaching everybody. No timeout. He says what? Yo, players play. Go win the game for me. And Tyrese Halliburton goes out there and hits that big shot. Look, he is perfect. I think he's perfect on game-winning shots. I think he's 5 for 5 on game winners. This guy is building. If they end up winning this NBA championship, this guy will go down as one of the biggest clutch performers in the history of the NBA. For this playoff run that he's on, it could go down as one of the most clutch playoff performances for one season. I'm not saying all time.
Not all time.
Just saying for 1 year. This is unmatched.
No, it was unbelievable last night. And by the way, so there was no bang on Mike Breen's call last night. He was getting ripped for it. Apparently. I thought it was a great call. I thought overall it was a great call in the end. By the way, the Pacers didn't lead until that shot.
Unbelievable.
Overall. And remember, we were talking about, it's two small market teams. We don't know how it's going to go. How are the ratings going to be? I'll tell you what, I'm locked into this series. That game one was fantastic basketball. If you're not locked into it, you don't need a big market there. I'm sorry. You don't.
I don't understand the whole big market, small market thing. I mean, like I said, if you put the same 10 guys and gave them Lakers uniforms and Celtics uniforms, are you then going to watch them?
That's what I mean. Like, who cares? I thought it was a great game last night. I was stunned that the Pacers really, really came out there.
Well, I'll tell you what, yesterday during Rye or Cy, we talked about this, that this could be their Iverson step over Tyronn Lue moment where they get the last laugh for one night. Can they, they did not play a great game last night, yet they turned the ball over a lot, yet they still won that game.
The turnover ratio was insane for last night's game, Mike. I mean, they had nearly 30 turnovers, and OKC took care of the ball all night, and they still lost. I mean, that's how back and forth it was overall, especially in that fourth quarter. Absolutely nuts. But, yeah, the one thing that bothered me was the logo thing. I couldn't find it anywhere. I was like, is this a regular season game?
I know. I saw people say they don't have the Larry O'Brien as, like, the center core.
No.
They did have a little in the score bug at the bottom. Sometimes, not
couldn't
all the time.
see it. Could barely see it. From where I was sitting, couldn't really see it. All right, if you're at a bar or something, you're here at McGettigan's, wanted to watch the game too while you're checking out the LPGA ShopRite Classic. I mean, you can't even see it on the bar.
Sometimes less is more.
I don't know. I think you need a little more there. All right, that was my beef with that. All right, moving along, nugget number 2 here. I want to talk about the Eagles and a former Eagle that I saw give an interview. He made an interesting comparison. Our old buddy Donovan McNabb was on Fox News Digital, I believe, and he claimed that the Giants losing Saquon Barkley was not as significant as the Eagles firing Andy Reid. Mike, what is your response to that?
He's correct.
Wow. You think he's correct?
Yeah, I mean, what the hell was Saquon Barkley going to do for the Giants? Win them 2 games? I mean, you got to be an idiot to think that Saquon Barkley was going to stay with the Giants. He was already on the Giants, and they stunk. We already saw that. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that Saquon wasn't doing anything to help the Giants.
No, I'm with you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I thought it was interesting that he brought that up, and that was it's a weird comparison, I thought, because Andy Reid's time here was kind of done. Right, like it was over. They had to let him go. They had to move in another direction, in my estimation. So
yeah, it played out.
But Saquon, the Giants could have kept him though.
They could have kept him, but they would have been spending money to do nothing. I mean, literally, I get the Giants' reasoning. The fact that it played out on television the way they did, that's the problem.
Right.
If they just moved on from Saquon Barkley and they basically just said, "Hey, listen, we are a team that's in transition. We gotta spend our money in a different area. We've got to look. We've had this running back for 5 years.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten anywhere with it.
No,
it makes perfect sense. It's just the way that it played out made them look ridiculous.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, it's because they were on Hard Knocks and it played out like that. You had the GM's son saying like, etc. I mean, it was just a whole thing. But yeah, I thought it was interesting that McNabb made that comparison on that show because it was like, I never even thought about comparing those two kind of exits from their respective franchises. Like, one's a running back, one's a head coach. That's a hard comparison to make. Like, Andy Reid, it was over. They went, 4-12 that last year that he was here. It was time for him to move on. I think if he stayed here, he would not have had the success. Clearly,
I don't know about that, actually.
You don't think so?
Well, I don't know about the same success in Kansas City.
No.
But think about it. He went 4-12 his last year. The next year, Chip Kelly took over. They went to the playoffs. Chip Kelly went to the playoffs in part because the year that they went 4-12, the Eagles' entire offensive line got hurt. The next year, that entire offensive line came back, and it was part of the reason why they became so quickly fixed. I think if Andy was back here with the healthy offensive line, who knows what that team? Maybe they would have been better than the team that Chip Kelly had.
I don't know. I mean, you had Mike Vick start the season, then Foles comes in. I mean, the way that thing played out, I don't know what the quarterback situation would be. So, I think it played out okay.
Well, I'll tell you this. Think about this. You ever think about in the year after the Eagles won the Super Bowl? 2018 draft. The Eagles took Derek Barnett, I believe. If Andy Reid is the coach of the Eagles, maybe they draft Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, jeez. Now you're getting into it. Yeah, but all that stuff wouldn't have led to these They wouldn't have led to these Super Bowls, though. That's the thing. You know what I mean? And who knows? I don't think he would have taken Patrick Mahomes.
2017 Barnett was, Josh?
Yeah, that was the year before the Super Bowl.
So who did the Eagles take in that year? When the Chiefs took Mahomes. That was
you have the right year. That was the same draft as Mahomes, but it wasn't the year after the Eagles won the Super Bowl. It was 2017.
So it was 17.
Oh, so Mahomes was drafted the year the Eagles
won the Super Bowl.
You're saying. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I thought so because it was in Philadelphia, yeah.
Right.
So instead of taking Derek Barnett in 2017, you said 2018 draft. 2017,
right.
they take Mahomes instead.
Oh, jeez. Now we're getting into a real different timeline.
Right, the Chiefs traded up and took Mahomes 10th overall, and then Barnett was 14.
Yeah, so say Andy Reid's running the Eagles at that time, and he's at 14, and he says, you know what, I like this guy Patrick Mahomes, let's move up to 10.
Wow, because then you go through that was two different head coaches the Eagles went through. They went through Chip, and then they had Doug at that point.
Now,
So
2013, the Eagles had the third pick in the draft. They took Lane Johnson.
Yep.
So that draft pick worked out for them. It's about the only pick in that draft that worked out for anybody.
yeah, that was not a great draft. But overall, I think, yeah, I'm with you. Andy Reid probably – it would have been such a different timeline if he stayed here.
It would have, but just something interesting to think of like, hey, the Eagles had if Andy Reid was still here and they had the opportunity, would they have been the team that ended up with Patrick Mahomes? Because apparently he was the one that wanted to make the trade up to get Patrick Mahomes.
Yep, he was the guy.
Yeah.
2-pack.
All right, well, we got another hour to go. Why is Bryce Harper not in the lineup tonight? Well, we'll discuss the lineup and the Phillies. They're out in Pittsburgh. Joe Ross is getting the start tonight. Why is he getting the start tonight? We'll explain all of it. No Harper in the lineup. Joe Ross is your pitcher in Pittsburgh. We'll look at the weekend series with the Buccos and what it could mean for the Phillies moving forward. Plus, we've got so much more to go on a happy hour Friday from McGettigan's Casamigo Tequila 19th hole at the ShopRite LPGA Classic. All right, final hour and a happy hour Friday. What are you having on a happy hour Friday? Well, I see the text board, a couple of people chiming in with their happy hour Friday selections on the Friday. A little Fuego Friday, says Jeff in Ocean City. Look at the can. He's got the Tonewood Fuego right out there for us. We are live at the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole, where I see a lot of people hanging out and enjoying themselves as the first official day of the ShopRite LPGA Classic, kind of winding down. Those final pairings are getting ready to come off the course, but there's still plenty of time this weekend for you to get down here and check out. I would definitely make a stop at the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole. This is where you definitely have to either start your day, stop by, or finish your day right here, of course, right outside the first tee box and the 18th tee. It is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So why is Bryce Harper not in the lineup tonight? Did we see any reason given as to why he is not hitting in his normal number 3 spot? What do we know?
His right wrist is the reason he is out today. So a wrist injury for Bryce Harper. When did that have happened? It was above his elbow the other day. Now it's his wrist.
Who knows? I mean, if you look at that and say, wow, you're losing Bryce Harper to the elbow. Now he comes back. Now he's got a wrist problem. You wonder, how long is this going to keep him out? And if it's not like something that, maybe he comes back and plays, but if he's not 100%, and then we're starting to say, Harper's pressing, Harper's not producing, they need him to produce. They need him in the lineup, and he can't get himself into the lineup because of now another ailment.
So per Rob Thompson, Harper's out tonight due to a lingering wrist issue that he's been playing through for a while. Went to the trainers today, said it was bothering him a bit more. They think it's day to day.
Well, if he says this is a lingering thing, and then he just sat out because of the elbow, it didn't get any better sitting out there, that's got to be a concern of how long is this thing going to linger for him, right? I mean, how long now he's got a little bit of a wrist problem here. Put it this way, for the offense to be as tepid as it's been the last couple days, and for Harper to then say, I can't give it a go for you, Topper, can't do it. What does that say about how banged up he might be, knowing how bleak this offense is without him right now? That's a big sign for me.
Yeah, this one kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Like, what is it with the Phillies and these lingering issues and injuries? Like, remember late last year we found out after the season Bryson started a lingering issue all year long. Like, I know through the season you got bumps and bruises, but, I mean, now he's sitting out because of the wrist. It's not the elbow. He got hit in the other day, but now it's the wrist injury. I don't know. This is not ideal in May as of right now when you're
well, you'd rather have it May than September.
True, but now
June,
June. You're trying to figure things out here heading into the deadline. I don't love it. This is not a good sign.
Well, listen, anytime someone's hurt, I'm not going to sit here and say I love it. Although I think Nola, I'm not asking for someone to get hurt, but I think his setback here has opened the door for you to see some things. The sad part is, the unfortunate part is, they had a replacement for Nola to open the door and kind of replace.
Yep.
They don't have anything close to a replacement here. Now, what I said before is, I tweeted this out last week. I said, hey, 1, stop pitching Taijuan Walker as a starter. They listened to me there. 2, I mentioned it's time to get rid of either Jose Ruiz, Carlos Hernandez, and give Seth Johnson a shot. They did that. 3, my third one was, look, if Bryce Harper can't play, put him on the injured list, let him sit for 10 days, call up the Kemp kid, and see if Kemp can actually hit at this level. Is he overmatched? Is he a guy that's just pumping up numbers against, bad AAA pitching? Or is this guy a legitimate bat? Because one of the problems this team has right now, they have no answers to the lineup. They're throwing scrubs like Weston Wilson out there. I mean, seriously, this is a team that wants to win a World Series, and you've got Weston Wilson taking at bats. You can't have it.
No.
Can't have it. And right now, listen, you got Bryson Stott hitting in the leadoff hole. I mean, he's got to be right now statistically the worst leadoff hitter in baseball.
I think I saw a stat the other day. He was like 28th out of 30. Or something along those lines in one of those categories, whether it was average on base, it might have been on base or OPS. But he's at the bottom of the barrel in Major League Baseball. at the top of the lineup. And we thought I even asked Rob Thompson about it. Is he going to see more pitches against more at bats against righties in the leadoff spot, right? And after
he lied to you.
I know. And after that question, he is really taking a nosedive.
Well, you know what though? After that question, it's not even. You asked him, is he going to get a shot against lefties, and he has not faced a lefty in the leadoff spot, I don't think at all. So he never has been given that shot. But quite frankly, he hasn't hit righties from the leadoff spot.
No.
So he shouldn't be getting. He should not be getting an opportunity as a leadoff man against left-handed pitching. He shouldn't even be in the lineup against left-handed pitching, for God's sake. And quite frankly, he's not. I mean, when the Phillies face a left-handed pitcher, they generally will play Edmundo Sosa. One problem with Sosa, this is the guy that was giving you a spark. This is the guy who was really adding something. Even he has now quieted off and is really adding nothing when he plays. So now that little spark you were getting against left-handed pitching when Sosa was playing, you're not even getting that now.
It's all gone awry since Schwarber went out of that leadoff spot, man. I'm just saying. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, it has. If there could be somebody who could protect Harper, you could have Schwarber in that leadoff spot.
It's the dog chasing his tail here. Okay, you want to put Schwarber back at the top of the lineup? Fine, I'll play along. Okay, let's bat him leadoff. Then the next conversation we're debating is, well, they don't have anybody to hit behind Harper.
Right.
So you can't have it both ways. What do you find more valuable, protecting Harper or having a guy in the leadoff spot who might hit a home run once a month?
It might be not. Well, but they were on like a 90-plus win pace when he's there, right?
Yeah,
they
they
went to
still
a
are.
World. Yeah, they won a World Series. I mean, they got to a World Series. Sorry, when he was leading off there. So I don't know. You have Turner. He was supposed to be this leadoff guy. It really hasn't worked out. I hope he's just
well,
keep
to
him
be
there.
fair,
Just keep him there.
I mean, still on a pretty good win pace for
Yeah.
whatever that means. But whether you hit Schwarber 1 or 4, you're going to have a hole in the other spot.
I know.
I mean,
You
so
can't win.
you can lobby as much as you want for Schwarber to hit leadoff, and I can agree wholeheartedly with you, but it's not fixing both problems. You have two problems. You need a leadoff guy, which you have another leadoff guy. Trey Turner has got a good on-base percentage. He's done a good job when he's bad at leadoff.
Just leave him there.
I think Turner hitting leadoff answers the question of whether you should hit Schwarber leadoff or keep him at 4, because they have nobody to bat 4. Nobody. They have no option. They at least have a leadoff option. They do not have a 4 option.
Not singles king Nick Castellanos. He's not an option.
I don't think he's an option to hit 5th at this point. I mean, you really
batting 4 tonight.
Well, they don't have another.
I know.
I mean, they're down Harper, so they now had Bohm hitting the 3-hole.
This lineup, it's so messy. And you thought, remember, this was a lineup that everybody thought was going to hit a lot of home runs. They'll strike out, but they'll hit a lot of home runs. There's going to be a lot of slug. They're right around, top 10 in that. They're like hanging around 10, 11 in OPS, in slug. But it's not the same. You just feel there's an empty hole, and that right-handed bat is not there. They don't have that. They lost that since they lost Hoskins. They never really replaced it. Center field's been abysmal. Left field's been another disaster. It's like after those first couple of batters, whether it's Turner, Schwarber, etc., it kind of just falls off a cliff.
Yeah, you really have not had any consistency from the power department other than Schwarber. You have nobody that can really come up and put the fear into another pitcher. So you've got a bunch of duplicitous, mediocre hitters is what sadly, the lineup has turned into, guys. Look, even Castellanos in his best year here, I think he had 29 homers, maybe his first year here. Since that first year here, he has really not had the power numbers that you signed him to have, and you've had him really hitting 5th for the most part. They just have not had – but what they had is Bohm hit 18 homers. Castellanos hit 20 homers. Real Muto hit 50. Like, they had a bunch of guys with moderate power.
So
now the moderate power has gone to essentially no power. Right.
So Castellanos' best year was that 2023 year. He made the All-Star game. Guys, that was 29 homers, 106 RBIs. Last year he had 23 home runs. His first year in Philadelphia, he only hit 13 homers.
Oh, his first year here was terrible. That's right. I mean, his first
22.
year, then he bounced back the second year and had a much better year. He had 13 homers a year after hitting 30 homers.
34. He had
34
34,
homers.
and he drops to 13, which is insane.
And then went 29, 23, and now he has 6.
And guys, a real quick note on Harper. I found an article from last August where Harper spoke to Todd Zalecki of MLB.com and said that he had been dealing with a right wrist injury all of last summer. So it seems
I
like
tend to remember this a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
So apparently whatever he's dealing with now traces back to last summer.
I feel like I do remember him dealing with some sort of wrist problem last year. But you would think, my gosh, that this thing would have been, I mean, you're talking about last
rectified
summer.
by now. I mean, this is, if it's going to bother him again this year, this is something to be concerned about going forward. Like, is it going to flare up in September? Like, is he going to have to go to Thompson and be like, hey, October? Like, hey.
Did he miss games last year with that injury?
He did. He missed a couple games last year in August. He took a day off because of what they were calling, the Zalecki article points to elbow and wrist general soreness is what they called it.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's got to be an eye-opening thing because the offense right now for 2 straight games has done skedaddle.
Right.
You know what that is?
Yes.
Nothing. Zip.
Nothing. Zero.
Zilch.
And for him to say, I can't play the way our offense is going right now, he's got to really be hurting.
Yeah, I mean, for him to get out of the lineup the way they've played the past week, I understand it's Pittsburgh and it's a bullpen game, whatever, but you need your best guy in there. I mean, you need Harper in there. I mean, this lineup tonight, it's just, I'm not a fan. Castellanos batting 4. It's just, Weston Wilson, it's
I'm not a fan.
It's
Are you
brutal.
kidding? Who's going to sit here and say I'm a fan of this lineup?
There could be someone out there. You never know.
I know. I've looked at this lineup. There's not one person who thinks that this is a competitive lineup, and that's the sad
Text
part.
in if you
A lot
if
of
you
these
do.
people, a lot of these guys, though, that are in the lineup tonight are guys that you are counting on. I mean, you got Alec Boehm hitting 3rd. You've got Castellanos hitting 4th. You've got Real Muto, who really has been hitting in the 8 hole. You've got him now moving all the way up to 7 because Weston Wilson, who's been dreadful, Sosa is hitting where? 7? Wilson is hitting, 8?
Yeah.
And then who's in the 9 hole?
Rojas. Rojas is 9.
It's that lineup is sad.
Over the past 3 years of what you've had and the production you've had, that's a sad lineup, right? Like it feels we're just going backwards.
Well, it's a lot of guys that if you said these same guys 2 years ago, you're saying,
story.
hey, Real Muto, okay, he's got 270, 20 home runs. I mean, they had, and I think it's what we're coming to terms with, everybody, is the realization that the age deterioration is starting to catch up to this lineup. I mean, I think the wear and tear, JT Real Muto, is becoming evident, where he's just slowing down. He's not the same offensive player. You have Nick Castellanos, who's had an okay year. His batting average is up, but really the
power numbers are
right. He's not a threat, right? And he's got no speed, so him being a singles hitter isn't really impactful or helpful to the lineup. Then you've got a guy in Bryson Stott who has regressed mightily from where he was 2 years ago when you made a run to the World Series. You have Alec Boehm, who has driven in almost 200 runs the last 2 years, essentially becoming a guy. Now, he has had a much better May, but that being said, the numbers that he's put up in May are for a guy that you would like hitting in the 7 or 8 hole, not in the number 3 hole right now. Now, I would say if this was 1993, him hitting in the 3 hole might be okay. You got a guy like Mark Grace, Wally Joyner. Wow. These are some names that you might not remember.
That's some great polls right there.
Mark Grace, Will Clark, Wally Joyner. These were your left-handed, sweet-swinging first basemen who didn't have a lot of power, but they hit like 350. And they would hit in the number 3 hole. They would hit like 350 in the number 3 hole with like 12 home runs. They were just sweet swingers.
John Olerud?
That would be, what?
John Olerud?
John Olerud, he's a little bit later on than those guys, but, he would be in that realm where he was He was early to mid-90s. Yeah, he played 93. I guess he was on those Blue Jay teams. Yep. Mark Grace, Wally Joyner, John Olerud. These were like left-handed, high batting average, low power guys.
Yeah.
Now, Alec Boehm not hitting.
Nah.
But although my point was in the month of May, I think he hit, 340 in the month of May?
Yeah, he had a very good month of May, especially after the way he started things off. But one guy that we talked about it before the season started that I think many people are disappointed in is Bryson Stott. I mean, he's just not giving you the numbers you thought he was going to turn into. He has not developed into that. I know it's not a great comparison, but he was compared to Chase Utley by a ton of people. And maybe he can be that smooth swinging lefty. He just hasn't done it. I mean, the batting average is relatively the same overall compared to last year. 245 last year, 244 this year. OBP is down 4 points, 315 last year, 311. Slugging's down, OPS is down, OPS plus is down. They're all down. You need him to take a step forward, not another step backwards in Bryson Stott.
No, Stott's been, for his age, and then the year he had last year and the year he had the year before. And then, he was dealing with this injury all year last year. Okay, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. The benefit of the doubt is now I'm doubting you.
Yeah.
Now the benefit's out the window. I'm starting to doubt whether or not you are a guy that can help us out. And, by the way, Boehm, 324, 5 homers, 13 RBI, with a 364 on-base percentage in May. Now, if he does that the rest of the season, you've got an MVP candidate.
Yeah, June, July, August, September. And you got 4 more months of baseball here. I don't see him being as consistent. Hopefully he proves us wrong. But I just don't see the way things have trended.
You got, not to mention, Wilson's playing today. Kepler's not in the lineup today, but Wilson is another problem where you have a platoon situation where neither guy in the platoon are hitting. Neither.
We talked about it earlier in the show. I mean, Max Kepler, that was a what are you doing signing.
It's almost, I got to be honest, it's almost a deal that I would say I show no confidence in you. If you make that decision to sign Max Kepler, I got to ask, what the hell are you thinking?
What
were you thinking? Seriously, please explain to me. Take me through the thought process of what were you thinking? Even if you told me, hey, I really think Max Kepler can have a career year.
He can elevate.
What would his career year mean? Seriously, where did they if you said to me, if I'm Dave Dombrowski and you're John Middleton, and I said, John, I want $10 million. I want to sign Max Kepler. And you said to me, what do you see from this guy? I think he's got his career year in him. Your answer would be, well, what the hell's his career year?
I mean, what is that, a 261 batting average? I mean, that's his best career batting average. It's 260. That was in 2023. Last year he batted 253. He has the same on-base percentage as he did last year, 302. It's barely above 300.
He had the 1 year where he hit 29 homers.
Yeah. Oh, wow. 1 year.
I'm saying. That's what I mean. That's his career best.
2019, he had 36 homers and 90 RBI.
36 homers? In 2019. Well, okay, then if he had his career year and he had 36 homers, I guess I'd be wrong. Because he hit 36 homers on this team, they could use that.
And he's in his
36 homers he hit?
Yeah.
2019.
Wow.
And by the way, he's 32 years of age.
That was before he had 4 straight years of injuries.
By the way, it was also before COVID happened. I mean, that's how long ago that was. So you're thinking about before COVID, he had 36 homers. I didn't know he had 36 home runs as his best, but
before COVID.
Fine. If I convinced John Middleton to give me a check for $10 million because I thought this guy was going to hit 36 homers, then maybe I could see Middleton say, okay, you convinced me.
In his age 26 year he is now 32 years old. What are you getting out of him now? It's just gone down
you're
since
seeing
then.
what you're getting out of him.
Oh,
you're getting nothing. But the problem is, okay, let's say he's only hitting against right-handers. What is his numbers against right-handed pitching? The guy that's getting the other at-bats, Weston Wilson, has been dreadful. Weston Wilson, I've been telling people this for 2 years, he cannot play at this level. Weston Wilson is fine if he was playing left field for the Colorado Rockies or the Pittsburgh Pirates or the Miami Marlins. Weston Wilson is a 4A player. He cannot play.
What do you believe his numbers against righties are this year, Max Kepler? Just take a guess what his batting average is.
I mean, what's his batting average overall?
214.
So then against righties, he's hitting
216.
Ooh, he's better against lefties?
216 against righties. He's batting 205 against lefties. I mean, what? $10 million in left field.
It's a terrible situation there. And then go back to the Wilson thing. Wilson can't play, okay? The Wilson thing is over. First off, he's not a left fielder, okay? He stinks in the outfield, so he doesn't even add that for you, right?
Yeah.
He's a terrible outfielder. They have him masquerading as this guy that can play second and third, and he can't play any of them. He stinks at third. He's awful in left, and he can't play second base. He needs to get off the team because it's a microcosm of the issues that they have a platoon in center field and in left field where both right-handed hitters can't hit.
They need outfield help so bad. I mean, that is a major, major issue. They have not figured – ever since Bryce moved to first base, they haven't figured out left or center field. Neither one. They have just not
well, I will say,
addressed it.
Marsh, for all the crap I give him fairly – he was
fine,
serviceable when they got him for the year before. 2023, he hit.
They got him
like
22.
a 372 on base percentage in 1 year.
Remember the 1 year he got off? I think it was 23 when he got off to that roaring start to the year. Maybe he was in like the MVP conversation to start the year. That's long gone since then. They have not figured out the outfield. They have not addressed it, and I don't know why a left-handed bat. A 32-year-old left-handed bat would have been the way to go. That was just stunning to me, and it's proving our point right here.
So there's a lot of stuff tied to the fact that Bryce Harper is not in the lineup tonight. All right? No, Harper, what is it? An elbow injury, a wrist injury that, a wrist injury that he will be missing how many games? We do not know. That has not been updated.
No,
so we'll
day to day.
I'm sure Topper will be asked after the game, hey, any update on Bryce? Do you think he'll play tomorrow? We'll see. And don't forget, they got Paul Skeens on Sunday. So they have a game tonight where you have an opener in Joe Ross going up against Bailey Falter, who's lefty. So you almost put every time that you face a left-handed pitcher and you have to have the Weston Wilson. Now, Wilson will go 3 for 5 tonight.
Yeah,
with
of course
two
he
homers,
will.
I'm sure.
By the way, Bailey Falter had his best month of his career heading in today. 3-0, 0.76 ERA over 6 starts in May. So they're catching Bailey at a real good time here.
All right, we got one more segment left to go before the Bet365 play of the day, and we'll get that for you coming up on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Will the Phillies be able to pull off a big deal? We'll discuss a little bit about one trade proposal that I saw yesterday. We'll get your thoughts on that. 609-403-0973. We are live at the McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole at the ShopRite LPGA Classic right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:29, the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So Joe Ross is pitching tonight. He is getting the opening nod. I would imagine 2 innings from him, maybe tonight.
Probably 2. I'd say they give him 2.
Very frustrating with this whole Joe Ross thing. You know, they signed him, and it was like, hey, this guy's a perfect fit. He's a swing man. He's one of these guys that could start for you. He could be like, he's giving you nothing.
Nah. I got a question for you. This was a nugget I bagged. We didn't have time for it. I'll bring it up now. If you had to grade Dombrowski's offseason signings, trades, that's Luzardo, that's Joe Ross, that's Kepler, what would you grade them at this point right now? What is the grade between the culmination of all those signings?
I mean, Joe Ross has been insignificant. It's a D.
D. Overall, Luzardo, Romano, Ross, Kepler. Out of those 4, what's the culmination grade? You got to give the group a grade right there.
Man, I mean, you got Luzardo coming off 2
I know.
starts.
I know.
I was going to say Luzardo would make it like a C minus, but even his 2 starts have maybe made it. I mean, Romano's been decent.
Lately.
Yeah, I mean,
even
overall, Romano's a C minus. Luzardo's a B. I mean, he's been really good.
I know. He's been really – he was in the Cy Young conversation. We were talking about the odds the other day.
I'm not an overreactor, so those 2 starts aren't going to make me overreact to his grade.
Okay.
I mean, if you had 6 tests and you got 100 on all 6, and then you had 2 in
2
which
clunkers.
I mean –
might get down to a low B.
Yeah, I mean, he's a B. Romano's been a C.
I feel like out of those 4, Luzardo is the guy who really has done all the work, and the other guys haven't really contributed to the group. You know,
Romano's been since the first
Here
month
and
of
there.
the season. He's been fine.
He did.
No, I'd say fine. I mean, he's been. I mean, closers in today. I feel like, especially if you're in my age group, we had closers when we were growing up.
Back in my day.
I hate to say it like that, but you're not like.
No, I know.
Your generation, the closers aren't closers.
No,
they suck.
I grew up with Mariano
Right?
Rivera.
I mean, she's like, yeah, I can relate.
They're awful.
I mean, the closers now stink. The closers we were growing up, they came in the game was over.
When Lidge came in 08, it was like, this
Lidge
game's
isn't
over.
even on the same
I know,
par.
but you know what I'm talking about. The 08
I'm talking
season.
about like Lee Smith. When that dude came in the game, that game was over. You ain't getting a hit off of Lee Smith.
Mariano Rivera.
Rivera's in that realm.
Trevor Hoffman.
When you had those guys come in the game was over. Now it's a flip of the coin. You're not even sure the guy's even well enough to pitch half the time. Is he able to come in? I don't know. He threw 4 pitches yesterday. His arm probably hurts.
Throwback. Craig Kimbrell was kind of at the tail end of that in the
He
beginning
just got
of his
picked
career.
up, by the way.
I know. He got AAA. He's back with the Braves.
It's like
From where he
you talk
began.
about a closer, and you're like, well, you got to need a lights-out closer. That guy doesn't exist anymore. I mean, you could just rattle off. Every team had a guy that when that guy came in the game was over. It didn't matter what team it was. The worst team in the league had a guy, and when that guy came in the game, that game was over. And those guys don't exist right now. You're talking about, hey, they got to find a closer. Guess what? There are none. Everybody wants one. I mean, Romano, sadly, he's actually pitched pretty well. Now, he blew a save the other day. That's what these guys do. They close 3, they blow a save. They close 2, they blow a save. I mean, these teams, you ever play fantasy baseball, you got to pick a different closer up every day of the week because these teams change closers every other week. It's like an NHL coach.
You're a busy GM when you're playing fantasy baseball.
Oh, my God, I can't even keep up with it. I mean, how many closers are locked down the guy?
Gosh. Top closers in the game right now. I mean, it's funny because we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. I mean, the Phillies are going to have competition to try and get a back into the bullpen type of guy, right? Like at the deadline, there's tons of teams that need a bullpen arm and a high leverage guy. So the Phillies aren't the only ones who need one. The bullpens have taken a step back this year, especially in the National League. I mean, you have
what about
Hader.
the guy from Cleveland? Clase.
I mean, you had Edwin Diaz in the Mets.
Clase last year.
Hader.
Was absolutely lights out.
That's one.
Until the playoffs.
I know.
And then he stunk. And then this year, he was so bad, he got demoted. Now, I think he's back in that role, right? I mean, is he back as the closer?
I mean, you got Devin Williams, who has not been good this year.
Devin Williams isn't the closer. He got demoted. But
I know.
Last year, that dude was a stud.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going through names.
No, I'm saying, you're right. Devin Williams last year, my point, last year, stud. He goes and gets traded to the Yankees.
Stinks.
And he's got an 11 ERA, demoted.
Stinks.
He's actually been pretty good since the demotion, but now he hasn't been closing for them. Now I think he's back as the closer because their closer just got hurt.
Yeah. I mean, you can go down the list. The bullpen arms of today's day and age are just so volatile year to year. You don't know what you're going to get out of them. I mean, how about Hoffman? Hoffman's a great example. He started off the year pretty strong, has stunk as of late for the Blue Jays, okay? So, like, he's another guy who's had a couple of good years with the Phillies, resurrected his career here, now goes to the Blue Jays, started off really good, has not been great as of late. So, I mean, Romano, kind of the same situation. These guys are just so hit or miss. You don't have that guy you can really give the ball to in the ninth and trust.
You've got Robert Suarez right now is the lead in the league in saves. The only thing I remember about him, he's the guy that served up the Bryce Harper home run in the playoffs there. Carlos Estevez, by the way, is second in the league in saves. Kyle Finnegan is next with on a bad team, by the way. Andres Munoz from the Mariners. Josh Hader, Emilio Pagan, Emmanuel Clase, who he's been up, down, all around.
Mason Miller hasn't been great this year either.
Nope. Ryan Helsley, he was a guy that was unbelievably lights out 2 years ago, and, I mean, you're talking about him being on the trade block as a guy. Now, the Cardinals are kind of back in the race, I guess. The fact of the matter is, going back to your question, Romano has been okay.
It's been,
Yeah, I'm saying, like, you want me to give a cumulative
Give me
grade
a
of this
cumulative
group?
grade of that group. Kepler, Romano.
It's a C minus.
Okay, I give it a D plus.
Same thing.
D+.
A D minus and a C plus. A D plus and a C minus are the same thing.
Yeah, but they hold different weights. Like C, D. No, I go D. Out of that group, the other players have brought Luzardo down, and Luzardo the last two starts has not been great. I know he had an amazing start to the season, but the other Kepler's been horrible.
Yeah,
Romano
Kepler's
not
a
great.
D. Kepler's a D, and the rest of the guys are all like Romano's like a C minus.
Ross, I mean, what is he giving you?
Incomplete.
Yeah, and that's not a great grade. If you're incomplete, that brings you down too.
Right, I'm saying he's not a failure.
No.
He's not a pass. He's just an incomplete.
He's just there.
They just haven't used him
He's
at
just
all.
there.
And then Luzardo. I mean, come on, Luzardo's been really.
He's been
good.
great, but I mean, he set records the past two starts of how bad he was.
Yeah.
I know Thompson left him in too long the one start, but I mean,
he could have given up
stuff.
15 runs in the game, and what does that mean? Why does it matter to people?
He
He gave up
ERA.
record. Who cares?
It's the ERA. It's now inflated.
Who cares? Does that mean he stinks?
He stunk the last two starts.
For two starts, he stunk. I asked a different question. Does that mean the
I don't
guy
think he
stinks?
stinks.
All
I
right.
don't think he stinks
We get
overall.
so wrapped up in, well, these two starts are so bad. Who cares?
They were historically bad.
Well, what does that matter?
I
What
think
does that matter in the big
It could
picture?
matter going forward.
What does it matter, I'm asking? He had two bad starts. Why does that matter 5 starts from now?
would
Are we going to
worry-
look back at those two starts
I hope
and say
not.
they mean anything?
I hope not.
You think?
I'm gonna say no. It's
That's
not
my
gonna
point.
matter.
So then
I
what's it
understand,
matter?
But
so
you
then
never know.
People just overreact.
It's not
he had
overreaction.
2
though.
bad starts, but you just said you don't think that they're going to mean anything.
I hope not. I lean that way. I'm not sure. What is he? We got to see another start out of him after this last two. He's been bad. He's been really bad.
I'm agreeing with you, but I'm asking. He's been bad. There's a lot of guys. You know, a hitter can go 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Does that mean the guy is absolutely horrible?
No.
So one game, that's what he did.
2 games.
Okay, 2. But I'm saying a guy could hit. The guy 2 nights in a row could go 0 for 4 2
No, I
days
agree.
in a row. I don't understand how people look at things like that.
I
It's just
know.
mind-boggling to me.
I
That's all.
just hope it doesn't spiral out of control where this could hurt his confidence, right? Like, it's a very mental game, baseball is. This could be an elongated stretch where he's not pitching well. I mean, he was getting hit hard. They were good. They were attacking him early, and Rob Thompson even talked about it, that they were hitting him early in the count. His velocity was fine. He says he feels fine. They were hitting him hard the past 2 outings,
Yeah, I
and they're
watched it.
attacking him early. He's going to have to change something, his approach to these hitters, because they're attacking him early and often, and you have good teams coming. You got the Cubs, you got the Blue Jays again after this Pirates series.
Yeah, okay. He had 2 bad starts. That's how I look at it. I mean, everybody acts like, because if he had 1 bad start, then pitched 5 times good, and then had another bad start, if they were separated, but they were the same start,
back-to-back
same
hurts.
lousy start, you would look at it
Well,
differently.
yeah.
The back-to-back nature of it is why it bothers you.
It does, because I don't want it to spiral into a 3rd bad start. And then
No,
a 4th.
nobody does. Nobody wants it to
that's
spiral.
That's what I'm concerned. I'm just a little concerned. That's all. That's all I'm pointing.
It's fair to be concerned.
It's a concern.
I can understand that. But what is great is those two starts don't get weighed any heavier because they were back-to-back, is my point.
No, they get weighed the same, but it brings them down like a B.
That's what I said. He's about a B. Now, Romano, for instance. Jordan Romano was horrendous. Now, his ERA is horrible, but he's also a relief pitcher. So because his ERA is so bad from a couple of outings early, he's never going to fit. That ERA will not be fixed the rest of the year. So you cannot look at his ERA and judge him based on, hey, look at his ERA.
I know. You can't just look at one stat and tell the whole story.
But in the month of May, for Jordan Romano, he pitched 11 games with a 2.53 ERA, 10 innings, 17 strikeouts, a 1.12 whip.
He was
so
much
after
better.
He started the season, his first 12 games, in April and March. The first month of the season, he was terrible, an F.
Yes.
He then pitched well enough that he's not in the F range any longer. So he's kind of balanced himself out to where, all right, the month of May, you showed that you at least, that's – I think he got off to a bad start.
Yeah.
He had some arm injuries, arm problems last year. I think he was kind of pitching his way back into all right, let me get back into the flow.
Yep.
And since that, really had 4 really bad outings. And then since then, he's been pretty solid.
He's been solid.
But his ERA, he could throw shutout frames from now to August, and that ERA is not going to improve.
But it goes back to your point of there's closers out there. I mean, there's not really a ton out there, right? There's not a guy you trust. You can't just hand the ball to Romano and I trust him. You don't. And this is why.
Even with, by the way, I said in 11 games in May,
he was good.
17 strikeouts in 10 and 2/3.
Not
He had
debating
6 saves, 1.1 whip, and a 2.53. Those numbers are really good.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't trust him at all, is what I'm saying. So even though he pitched really well in May, I don't trust him. So, but I do understand his early season. He had 4 really bad outings that really knocked his numbers off. So I tweeted this out the other night. Think about this: the guy that you trust the most for the Phillies, ERA is almost 8, or maybe it is 8 at this point. It's 7.54 right now is his ERA, and that's the guy you trust the most. That's bad.
That's not great.
But I'd say Romano, after the first month of the season, he's kind of regained his footing, so he's like a C-.
How much did you trust Alvarado before you went down, though? Did you, all right, 9th inning, high leverage?
No, I didn't feel that way.
It's Alvarado. No, I didn't feel that way either. So they probably still needed to add another back end of the bullpen arm, as well as a bat. I mean, they have to add this deadline. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If they're going to go for it this year, they have to add. There's no way around it. And I think, unfortunately, Mick's going to have to go.
So that brings us up to what I talked about before the break. There was a trade proposal Bleacher Report put out.
Oh, gosh. I know which one you're talking about.
Andrew Painter and Eduardo Taiit for Jarren Duran. Who says no?
This one's tough. Could you package anyone else other than Painter?
Well,
Mick?
I think it definitely spirals into the next conversation of if Mick Abel keeps pitching well enough.
Right.
But then the question would be, if he keeps pitching well enough, do I even want to trade Mick Abel for Jarren Duran?
But your ultimate prize is Painter, and it feels like he is a non-negotiable in the eyes of the Phillies and Dave Dombrowski. So maybe you package a couple of prospects, like 3 or 4, for a Duran. I wouldn't mind that, like a Mick, a Taiit, some other ones. I don't know. I can't part with Painter. Painter's the one guy I'm very reluctant to part with because they've waited for him to come back. All that type of stuff. I would be reluctant to trade Painter. I would package a couple of prospects to get a Duran. I think Boston would take that,
of course.
too.
What are you going to be, Steven Ventnor, and just throw 4 lousy prospects
to
try to get an
top
all-star?
20 to 25 prospects.
That's not getting it done.
I think
you
we'll get
need,
it done.
Okay.
I think
I'm going to tell you right now.
I'll tell you who I
Your
trade.
choices are this. Painter or Abel need to be in the deal.
Abel.
Okay.
It's Abel. It's no doubt
there you
about
go.
it.
I don't want to hear any of your other offers.
All right.
They're not happening.
You can't package 3 or 4 top 10 prospects.
No.
They're not going to take that.
No, they don't need to. They have team control on Durant until 2028. They don't have to trade him.
I understand.
They are willing to listen, they said. So if I'm willing to listen, that means I am getting what I want or I'm not trading him. So don't give me your lousy third, fourth, or fifth prospect. I want the guys I want. And I want either Painter and I want Abel. You choose, and I'll take the other guy that I want. I want Crawford. I don't think they want Crawford because their best prospects are outfielders.
I think that, is Painter and Miller, are they off the table? Who would you prefer to trade, Painter or Miller? Which one are you
I'm not
valuing
trading
more?
either one of those two.
Okay.
But would you trade Abel?
Abel, Crawford, Tait would be my.
The trade offer that Bleacher Report was Painter and Tait for Durant.
Yeah.
No, would you do Abel and Tait for Durant?
And Otto Kemp. I throw Otto Kemp in there too.
I don't care about Otto Kemp. They can if they want.
It's another name.
He wasn't
playing well.
They didn't
He's
mention
number.
They didn't mention him as
24.
part of the deal.
No, I know the deal was Painter and Tait for Durant.
Yes.
So
would if they said, I'll take Abel or Painter?
Do you think
Tait.
if you're in Dombrowski's position, do you think this is a team that can go win a World Series this year?
You have to. You have no choice but to say yes. I've got $300 million signed into Bryce Harper. I have to say yes to that question every year when he's on my team. I can't say no to that question ever.
All right, then Dombrowski's been known in his past to trade prospects for players right now.
Hasn't
to go
done it
for.
here.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Unless you count
it's shocking.
Logan O'Hoppe for
Hoppe
Brandon
would
Marsh.
count. Hoppe would count, but he hasn't. He hasn't parted with Painter. He hasn't parted with Miller. He hasn't parted with Crawford.
No, he's not traded
Nobody.
any of his top guys.
No. So.
And by the way, he really hasn't brought in anybody of some. Estevez was a guy that
called that one last
pretty
year.
good.
That was a solid one by me. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah, he didn't help out much.
I know.
I kept telling you it wasn't going to help you.
It was solid, and then postseason came around. Nobody helped you.
Exactly.
Nobody helped you.
Which was predictable.
Yeah, it's all
That's
right.
it. You're going to bring Estevez in here. He's going to
both batting 500.
He's not going to do anything, but make a move. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Look at this trade option. Max Lazar and Otto Kemp for Tyler Freeman and Jake Bird. I can't believe every day I get a trade offer with Taijuan Walker. As soon as I don't know how many times I have to tell him. I don't know how many times I have to say. If Taijuan Walker is involved in any trade, the answer is no. No. It's a flat no.
It's too much money.
No, and it's the same trade every day. Taijuan Walker and 4 guys who stink for Mike Trout.
No. That's going to start coming around again.
Do we sit around and sniff glue all day? Is that what's going on here? Taijuan Walker has 0. I can't stress enough.
It might be negative.
0 value. And it doesn't matter how many times you text his name in. His value is not changing.
No.
It is 0.
Zip.
0.
Nada.
Nobody in this league wants Taijuan Walker's $18 million contract. Not one team. Not including the Phillies, by the way.
Yeah.
So, yes, they would like to trade him, but nobody wants him. Stop giving me trades with Taijuan Walker attached to them. Please, do yourself a favor. Stop sending me trades with Taijuan Walker's name attached.
Save your phone battery.
It is not happening.
Save your phone battery. Just don't do it. Don't even
and by
type
the way,
it.
Mike Trout is not getting traded to the Phillies.
No, it's not happening.
Ever.
Not happening.
Ever. The Phillies now are at the point where they don't want his contract. They do not want more 30-year-old men whose contract is up in the $300 million range.
Can't happen.
It's not happening.
Can't happen.
All right. Looks like the band's getting ready to come up next.
Yeah.
We got one more segment to go, which is the Bet365 play of the day. It's next. All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day. We'll get you out of here on that. And, of course, you can check out my record right now, Josh. I think we had a loser last night as we went over in the game. We were close, but no cigar.
Well, if you consider close 10 points off, then sure, you were close.
Yeah, a couple buckets here or there.
You were
buckets between friends.
Yeah, you are still, though, 176 wins, 119, and then the one push.
All right. Well, I'm going with Oklahoma City tomorrow night. Oklahoma City's the pick tomorrow night.
You mean Sunday night?
Yeah, Sunday night, excuse me. They usually go every other day. I'm sorry. Josh's got to be Sunday night on 97.3 ESPN.
Well, if I'm not a
going with
stickler, I get
Oklahoma
ripped
City.
on Twitter, remember?
Yeah, well, he didn't the other day. You hear that one? I gave the game. The game was already played. Didn't help me out on that one.
Wow.
He let me play the game. Looked like an idiot. Oklahoma City minus 10.5. I'll take the Thunder in that one, and that's my Bet365 play of the day.
I like it. Yeah, I think they're going to tie it up. Even though last night was a great game, I don't know. Just the Pacers just hang around. And I kept saying it to my roommate. I'm like, they just hang around the entire game, and then the last couple minutes, they just start hitting threes, and it's over.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see. I like Oklahoma City maybe to sweep it out.
What?
Yep.
No, I think it's going 6.
I hope so. I hope so.
6-7. Long series.
Yeah, we'll see. I know. All right, that's it there. We've got Game 2 Sunday night on 97.3 ESPN. We've got Yankees-Red Sox, I think, on Saturday on 97.3 ESPN. And, yeah, that's it. Thanks to McGettigan's Casamigos Tequila 19th hole for having us and hooking us up today. Tim and the team, you guys did a great job. Stop by, tell Tim we said hello, or you said hello from us when you get down here for the LPGA. Thanks to Jeremy and the whole LPGA team and everybody that stopped by and said hello today. All right, Josh Henning, producer show, back in the studios for Nuggets. I'm Mike Gill. This has been the Sports Bash live from the ShopRite LPGA Classic presented by Acer on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great weekend. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Hey, it's Mike Gill. Coming up on Monday's show, we'll take a look back at the Phillies weekend out in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. Look back at Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Football at 4. Mike McGarry, all that and more. It's all coming up Monday on the Sports Bash.